You know, the kids are burning their books and we're not concerned about it. Even the very good students, they hate it. The problem is not the people, it's the environment. You bring a natural person in a natural environment, and instead of fixing the unnatural environment, you try to fix a healthy person. Can you imagine now a kid that cannot read, and you have the facilitator who never tell to the kid, you have to learn to read, you have to do this. You think that kid would endure to live in a world without being able to read? I can imagine this kid begging the teacher, teach me how to read. Everything would be interesting for them because it's natural to us. All the subjects that we are forcing them down, they're hating them, they would love, they hate the school because they hate this oppressive system. Laws and rules cannot watch all the time. Let's invest in developing self-morality. It's much more valuable to have citizens that feel that I shouldn't run more than the speed limit because it's dangerous for my brothers around. Instead of creating citizens that you wanted them not to understand the reason and just to do it because I say it. The hunter-gatherers tribes, they were egalitarian. Our nature is to be egalitarian. There's no chief in a tribe. They self-organize. They have decency and they know how to organize without somebody, a teacher or a chief dictating all the time. We need the law, we need the regulation, but let's invest in self-decency. Politics cannot stay like they are now. It's impossible. New technological paradigm brings new politics. The biggest revolution in communication was the appearance of language, which changes politics from hierarchy to egalitarianism without a chief imposing. We started having hierarchies and chiefs and kings after the second big revolution in communication, which was the invention of script, of writing. After radio, printing, television were able to bring us a representative democracy. And now we're seeing a new huge revolution in communication. The social media, the internet one, 50, 40 years ago, nobody would imagine that I can reach the big politician. Now they just draw a comment in a video. The politician that made the video sees it. Now the citizens are able, all of them, to have their own channels, the platforms. We are going back. We start resembling the hunter-gatherers, which is the 99% of our history, deciding all together. Put polls. Every laws, every amendment available to people to read them and comment. Put likes in the comments and say, I don't like this amendment. I don't like this law that you're about to. We have to decide, but you decide. And we will follow.
Nikos Louka, welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is another episode of Wandering Thoughts. To begin with, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Can I reverse the question because I'm wondering why me?
It's a good question.
What's our relation? Because okay, you sent me an email, and you told me that it was for you. I mean, something about the books I mentioned in my podcast. So you spotted me like somebody who recommends books. So I would reverse the question to explain me. I mean, how you discovered me and who are you actually? Because I also don't know. So sorry for
No, that's good. That's good. Okay, so well, I found one of your podcasts with Phidias, and it was about education in Cyprus. I think this was 2 years ago.
Yeah. Before this election.
Yes, and you recommended a few books. It just happened at the same time. I was trying to find a bunch of books to read because I finished my first year of university.
Okay.
And after I finished it, I said to myself, okay, I will try to learn things that I don't do at university to have a more general knowledge.
Expand your...
And then I found that podcast, and I thought, this guy recommends good books. He seems to integrate knowledge from different fields quite well, which I found interesting.
Okay.
So I think it I don't know the word in English, but it almost marked a good starting point for a journey of mine to start reading different things.
Okay. Expanding your
also,
horizons of knowledge.
And also, I think to develop curiosity, I think this thing you do really well. You help other people subconscious. Maybe you don't. It's not your intention, but I think other people is like your curiosity is infectious. I think. I think And I think it
Okay.
helps everyone. And I think it's the same with different virtues. Also, people that are passionate is
Mhm.
infectious. You
Yeah.
have a passionate teacher, topic suddenly becomes something you're passionate about. So I think that's something that interested me. And I think because you know a lot of things, let's not kid ourselves, is you definitely make a good
I'm very,
guest.
very, very curious.
Yeah.
I want to know everything around me. So maybe I know a lot of things because of this actually. Because I always want to understand everything around me. So I like this notion of infectious. Um, it's like it's you know the theory of memes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like viruses,
Mm.
like genes of the genes of a virus infect. So the memes also infect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's yeah, people are infecting each other
Mm-hmm.
culturally, not only biologically. So yeah, I see what you say, but yeah, but I wouldn't imagine that I'm doing it in such an extent. So I can influence so much
Mm.
somebody that anyway. Okay, that
Mm.
and it's not so much subconsciously. I think I because I'm a teacher also, so I enjoy the fact that Phidias always spot this on me, that always said that I like to teach people.
Mm.
So I don't like the word teaching actually so much. Okay, I like to inspire, let's say, people towards knowledge, learning. I like very much the process of learning anyway.
What
So,
is
so
what is learning and why don't you like the word teaching?
uh, I think teaching is more like imposing to somebody. Uh, okay, teaching is the process
Mm.
of making somebody learn.
Mm.
Learn. I think okay, we learn by ourselves actually. Nobody really teaches us. I think we learn. I think we don't need this word teaching in general. W- w- I don't think we even need the word education in general. I mean, in our vocabulary, it's just learning. So learning is your personal endeavor. So somebody maybe is facilitated or the teacher, but I'm a teacher, which is a bit contradictory how how I view of the endeavor of teaching. But I also I don't like to have like the teacher is like above the learner. I don't like hierarchy so much. So
Mm.
I prefer, and always learning is co-learning. So instead of teaching, we could use the word co-learning.
Mm.
It's because you. So I don't like this relation. I don't like hierarchy. Maybe that's why I don't like teaching. I think because learning is so deep rooted in the human nature. It's you don't need to you don't need to force somebody to do it. You don't need. Okay, you inspired, but but that's it. I don't like the idea of imposing, especially learning, because for me learning is sacred. Learning is humans. I mean, the biggest difference of Homo sapiens is that is the organism that learns. That I mean, this is the new thing that the Homo sapiens brought in biology, let's say, or in life. The fact that the information comes not through the DNA, but through the environment,
Mm.
and how comes it to us the information through learning. So we are the creatures of learning. Learning is very fundamental, very sacred. And I don't like the idea of we need somebody to tell us to learn.
Mm.
School, unfortunately, is doing the opposite. It's trying to, I don't know if it's, okay, some people say it's conspiracy, and because some, I don't know, factors want us not to be very knowledgeable because they can control us, whatever. Or it became natural, or I don't know why school is doing it. Let's not try to analyze it in this conspiracy theory manner. But the result is that through this way of treating learning, is making people not so, not to like so much learning. So that's why I don't like the idea of teaching.
That makes sense. It's. I was reading a book by Donella Meadows, Thinking in Systems, and she gave a few inherent traits of systems and how systems change and what you can do to improve a system. And there's many interesting ones, but one of them that relates with what you're talking about is sometimes, and you can see this with the human body, for instance, too, you must be careful when you intervene in a system because some things naturally are built with mechanisms that work well. For instance, when it comes to learning, like you said, evolution and nature has taken care of it. So if we come and try to artificially change the system, we're actually damaging it. And it's the same you see in healthcare. There's many examples, but let's say if an injury might heal by itself, and this is not for all injuries. Don't let your finger that's nearly like
let alone
but there's others, and because I'm studying medicine now, and they talk to us about this. Like there's other things that the recommended thing is to just let it heal.
And we don't trust nature so much, I think, or natural processes. Humans have this tendency, stupidity. You can say that we don't trust nature and all this wisdom of evolution of all these billions of years of evolution, let's say millions, and we think that we are cleverer than. There is a saying that the evolutionary biologists say that. I think it's anyway. You will find it. Who said that evolution is cleverer than you are, which is it's like a motto of evolutionary biology that whenever you try to analyze something and reverse engineer it, when it comes to nature, you think that you know better how to do it or how to understand it. You have to keep in mind that evolution is cleverer than you are. So if evolution, let's go back to learning. Evolution created. Okay, if evolution, we shouldn't treat evolution maybe as an agent, but I like to treat it as an agent. So can say replacing God, let's say, for atheists. Okay. So we can treat it as an agent, I think. So evolution created for us, let's say, this endeavor of learning, and we don't trust that way, which is through curiosity. Without curiosity, I think you cannot have learning. And interestingness. I mean, these concepts of curiosity and interestingness are the fundamental for learning. So evolution created this process, and we don't trust it. We think that this is what is curiosity, and let's organize, let's reverse engineer it, and let's find a better way. And the results are disastrous because after school, people come out and hate learning. Something like appealing, and not appealing. I cannot find the words because I haven't been speaking English for a long time.
Something
unappealing, or even sometimes disgusting for many people. You know, the kids are burning their books after at the end of the. Come on, and we're not concerned about it. We're not concerned that almost no pupil, no student is learning in free time what we are teaching them. Have you ever seen a student nowadays that takes the book along when they go to the beach and read the school textbooks? Or no, never. This should concern us. They hate it. Even the very good students, they just hate it. And okay, learning comes through curiosity, interestingness, and pleasure. Without pleasure, you cannot learn. I think that there must be a different mechanism. The learning of school must be a different mechanism in the brain in a way that after the learning process ends and the exams end, can't find the words.
That's okay.
How to say this? There must be a word, but I cannot
Take
find
your
it.
time. Take your time.
So you get this knowledge, let's say. There must be a different process in the brain that is not the natural one.
Pathway.
It's not the natural of learning, in a way that after the learning ends and the exams end, you don't keep this information. You dismiss it, like you lose it, because it was not a pleasant process. Maybe it was not the natural one. That's why many things we learn at school, a month after, or sometimes days after the exams, you just forget them. It's just like a traumatic experience that the brain tries to να το αποβάλει. How you say? To there must be a word, but I cannot find.
We will put the word here.
Okay. I don't know why I cannot find this.
I'm trying to think of it. Might say.
Anyway, never mind.
To remove it anyway. And yeah, man, 100%. I mean, I remember distinctly for my medicine entrance exam 3 years ago, we had to write an essay. By the way, these topics of these essays, are so interesting. But at the time, I hated it. And I wrote this essay. I think it might have been reductionism versus holism, but applied in medicine. So should a doctor focus on the small individual molecules and parts, or should he try to understand the organism as a whole, as a system?
Okay.
Such an interesting topic.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Because it was not natural.
And now, if you bring me this topic, I'd be like, oh, I love this. Let's talk.
Yeah.
And I remember I was talking to my counselor that was helping me to apply to university. And she asked me, how did the exam go? I told her, I don't remember the topic. The same day.
Yeah.
I forgot it.
Yeah, because
the same day. I couldn't remember the essay because you don't know what essay is going to come up.
Exactly what I want.
I didn't remember the topic.
Yeah.
I just completely forgot it, like it was some PTSD almost. Which is shocking, considering in my free time, when I learn about anything I'm interested in, I remember it from 3 years ago, like it was yesterday, and I can picture it, and I remember where I was, what time it was. So it's such a big contrast. So you mentioned curiosity, and the other pillar you mentioned is interestingness. So what is interestingness?
It's difficult to define, and let's finish the topic of the school. For me, the idea of school and even the idea of educating somebody is, I mean, I cannot find a better example of perverse incentives.
Explain us what perverse incentives is.
It's what usually people call the cobra effect.
You have to explain to us what the cobra effect.
Perverse incentive is when you let's try to explain briefly.
I'll take your time.
When you try to prevent something, and by the way you prevent it, you
enhance the opposite effect.
Yeah, exactly the opposite effect. Yeah, the cobra effect is it's something that happened actually in India when the British tried to reduce the number of cobras in the country because they're dangerous, venomous. So they decided to they announced that every dead cobra people bring, we will pay them like one whatever
I
pound.
can see where this is going. Okay.
So yeah. So people started breeding them.
Yes.
Keep them at home. Of course, some of them escape, and they achieved the instead of reducing the numbers, they increased the numbers of cobras. So they brought exactly the opposite effect. So if school declares that we are trying to make people learn more, they are achieving exactly the opposite, because not only they don't learn what they have to learn, because after a while they forget it with this stupid method, but they don't want anymore to learn. So they make them not wanting to learn after the school. It's like school makes people hate learning in general because of this stupid process. It's not natural. We have to trust nature, and this is not natural. The way. So let's go back to your question. The way of learning is through the concept of curiosity and interestingness, which is a bit not so known as a concept. Interestingness, with the ness at the end. And I got familiar with this term through the book of Kenneth Stanley. I recommended it once. I don't know if you read it. Because you read
How success cannot be planned.
Yeah.
It's a good book.
Yeah. Did you find out about this book through my podcast also? Because I recommend
it. Either through you or through Phidias, because he did a podcast with the guy, right?
Yeah.
Very interesting guy.
Yeah.
And the way he came about.
Yeah.
About through like
unbelievable
artificial networks.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
And applied it to.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember where I heard this, if it was one of his talks or something, but he was saying, when I go and talk about my book in universities, the people that get most emotional, he said, was
they are
the creative
ones.
Yeah,
the creative ones.
Because you cannot, language diminishes reality a lot.
Exactly.
You cannot like explain with words as a creative artist why you are driven to this.
Yeah.
And someone suddenly, managed to explain it to the language.
Frame it, exactly, yeah. And I remember when he mentioned it, and people got emotional because they couldn't explain to their parents and to the people around them why they're doing it. These weird things. And he just framed it. But it's interesting that he mentions, the way, okay, people cannot understand that. So maybe you can explain a bit what we're talking about, how he came about this idea with the pig breeder. And
so you will do a better job, but in a few sentences, the core takeaway is, and about innovation too, innovation cannot be planned the same way you can systematically attack something to an outcome that's already known. For instance, if you want to become a doctor, you have a structured path with steps that you can take.
Yeah.
And then you can reach your destination by the already known path.
Sorry, he calls them stepping stones. This is the word he uses. So sorry for interrupting.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
And so when you want to innovate, first of all, you don't exactly know the end result.
Yeah.
So, and also, the whole point of something being innovative is that the steps, at least some of them, are unknown. Maybe some principles are known. For instance, well, if you want to write a book, well, okay, you need to write the book. You need to write something. So there's some things that are known, some elements that are known of, okay, what do I need to do? But there's some elements that are unknown. And so I don't remember exactly if it was artificial networks, but
let me interrupt you. The example of the book is like, if you want to write a book exactly about an exact subject, and you know exactly the title and everything, you restrict the process. Because
that's okay.
Because my daughter is in sleepover.
Also good.
Actually, he needs to see where she is now. Bye. Sorry. I was waiting for my daughter to call me because she's sleeping. She's sleepover, and I have to pick her up. So now I can mute it.
No problem.
So we can keep on.
Very good.
Let's keep on this
book example.
I like the idea with the book. It's a very good example. So you if you know exactly what you want to write about, and you know exactly the title and everything, you restrict the process, because the stepping stones would maybe lead you through serendipity, would lead you somewhere else.
What is serendipity?
The word.
Yeah.
Serendipity means to discover something when you're trying to discover something else. And it's interesting. No, yeah, you're looking, you're searching for something, and randomly in the process you found something else, which is maybe more interesting, more valuable. And it's interesting because serendipity comes from the word serendip, which means Sri Lanka. It was like a legend or a story in India about a prince from Sri Lanka, that he was founding things that, I mean, looking for other things and finding other things, and it's an interesting term, serendipity. So it's better to have open-ended process. And actually, Kenneth Stanley was working in
computers.
OpenAI.
I think something along those.
So OpenAI, the ChatGPT company, isn't it? The name, something like that. Anyway,
I think so.
Yeah, anyway, I forgot.
Some Altman, I don't know.
Yeah, some Altman. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Never mind. It's too early in the morning. Anyway, he was working there, and he was leading the department of open-endedness. I mean, open-endedness algorithms that they're discovering things in a way without having a goal, because algorithms are very much goal bounded. I mean, you tell to the algorithm that's the goal, and then, I mean, even this unsupervised learning, machine learning, the unsupervised machine learning process, and all this, that you let the algorithm alone to discover what you want. I mean, we all know that algorithms are random. I mean, they are discovering things that we want them to. They are achieving their goals that we want them to achieve without telling them the process. This is the machine learning processes now, the unsupervised one. Always like the TikTok algorithm. Let's say you programize the algorithm. You tell, let's say, the algorithm, I want to maximize view time. Do whatever you want, but found the way. So algorithms are very much the opposite of open-endedness. Algorithms are always needs to know the end goal in order to function. You cannot tell an algorithm, I'll let you alone to discover new things. Algorithms cannot work like that. And this is a core difference between us and the algorithm, that they cannot, out of the blue, found new ideas. They need goals. This is the way they are working. And he was trying to find ways how to introduce these ideas, open-endedness, and even interestingness, the idea of interestingness, to algorithms. It's something that we don't have. We don't know how to insert in algorithms the idea of interestingness, and the way they were working with this pig breeder, that were trying to they needed to. I mean, they were starting from random pictures, I think, and they were ending up in things that make sense, but they couldn't, and I think they can't insert the idea of something is interesting to the algorithm in order to pick up. You can show the pictures.
You start from something really
very
weird,
random.
then it comes butterfly.
Yeah. But the butterfly came through a car, and the two, let's say, whatever wheels of the car, then became the wings of the butterfly. Anyway, it's very complicated to explain this process, but the thing that they needed a human to intervene in the algorithm, because only humans are the agents of interestingness. Algorithms cannot understand what is interesting. So you cannot have open-ended processes without this element. I mean, it's like you need this to learn and to discover new things out of the blue. So I don't know if it's framed. I mean, if I cannot frame it so well myself, but I don't know if it can be framed, if it can be defined. So, I mean, so strictly, what is interestingness? We don't strictly, in order to mathematize it, let's say, or to be able to insert it in informatics. This factor of interestingness, something is interesting, but it's so core to our learning process in our algorithm, let's say, that it's worth maybe to try to see if we can codify it, let's say, to insert it in informatics.
Mm-hmm. There's two things I want to ask you. Let me check. That is, this is in airplane mode.
Okay.
I'm scared it's not there.
It'd be a good idea.
Was no space. Now it's
So everything's okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Just I always get somebody's gonna call me. So
No.
where is so there? All right. So two things I want to ask you is, well, one is I think it's good to try to define what an algorithm is. And the second one, when it comes to interestingness, what separates, for instance, if I give you two examples, let's say I'm going to go to the Luna Park, to the, what's it called, to the roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
That can be an interesting experience. Another interesting experience might be to, I don't know, study philosophy. Do both those things go in the same category where can both have that interestingness? What I'm kind of trying to get to is, and I'm not saying going on a roller coaster is purely hedonistic. Maybe it's not the right example, but there seems to be to me some difference between eudaemonia and hedonism, and it seems to me that what qualifies in my head as the maximum amount of interestingness is the things that lie closer to eudaemonia
than hedonism or pleasure, let's say.
yeah. So eudaemonia is like, I'm getting pleasure from this, but I can sense there's something greater about it. When I say greater, it feels purposeful. Maybe someone can argue, yeah, if you enjoy this purposeful, sure, but there is something more. For instance, if I'm reading a book and I'm broadening the horizons of my mind, and then I'm talking to other people and I'm connecting to other people, that feels a stronger pursuit almost. So I wanted us to delve into these things, algorithms, and this distinction between purely hedonistic things and things that you could consider eudaimonic, and if they have the same level of interestingness in your eyes.
I don't know if algorithms can sense pleasure or eudaimonia, sorry, and hedonism. It comes to this. So if you can insert this if you can codify, you mean this concept?
Oh no, it's separate.
Because algorithms, as far as we concern, they don't have consciousness, or they don't have feelings. So for you need to codify it in order to make an algorithm aware of these distinctions. So I cannot quite understand how you.
Oh, it's separate question. So
Okay.
question one is just what is an algorithm, and then maybe I should have broken it. So maybe let's start with what is an algorithm. Yeah, and then we go into the other thing I asked you. So what is an algorithm?
No. Let's go to let's finish the
second one first.
The eudaimonia.
Sure. Let's do it. But yeah, I was more so talking about humans and how in your head it qualifies for you something that's more, someone will consider more hedonistic, and something that's also a little bit purposeful that also brings pleasure. Do you consider them to have the same level of interestingness?
Is the concept of fun also that the roller coaster we usually say is fun, but you can say philosophy is fun. So I don't think if there is a qualitative difference so much between maybe hedonism and eudaimonia, or if it's a different quality, or is maybe the amount of pleasure, maybe the hedonistic pleasures are not so strong, or we think that are strong, but they are not, because they often also more involve bodily things maybe, or I'm not sure if you can define them qualitatively different. These two ways, but I wouldn't have any problem to keep them in the same category. If I say that philosophy is fun, for me it's enough. I think that like roller coasters is fun. So you think you feel that there is qualitative difference between the two kinds of pleasures? Let's call them. For me, I can't see very big difference. So I don't need to distinguish them.
I think one is deeper than the other. I think that's the primary difference.
And maybe for you, because you are more Eudaemonia type, maybe other people that they prefer more hedonistic pleasure, maybe they would say, oh, what is this one? What is philosophy? I mean, I prefer to have this nice dinner or having sex or whatever instead of this weird thing that they are in our heads. And they would maybe say that this is low-level pleasure and hedonistic pleasure are the good ones. So I cannot say that, because I also don't like these hierarchies. I cannot say, because I'm also a Eudaemonia kind of. I prefer philosophy than a good dinner like you. But I also don't like to think that I'm privileged or I'm a higher level than the other. I always hate hierarchy. So I don't like to feel higher person or whatever than the other that is more. They're both kind of pleasures, but the one that leads to learning is that kind of pleasure that I think we have it. I mean, the eudaimonic kind of pleasures is the one that curiosity and the interestingness are bringing to us, giving to us, and I think we have it naturally. I mean, this search for learning, just to learn, just to satisfy our need for interestingness and searching for new things. Maybe society, maybe even school kills this kind of pleasure, and so not many people have this eudaimonistic kind of. I mean, receiving pleasure from this kind of endeavors, and they prefer the other ones, the more hedonistic ones. Maybe I think we have it inside us. Society, maybe, I mean, contemporary society and even school is leading us towards the other kind of. I think we are natural learners, and naturally we want to understand the unknown. Anyway, so I don't know if I
no, that makes sense. Evolutionarily also, it's just beneficial for us.
Yeah,
this mechanism. It's not an accident. Okay, so let's turn this page and talk about algorithms a little bit. What is an algorithm? And I feel like you can apply almost the definition of algorithm changes a little bit in different contexts. So we might need to think about it in different contexts, but let's leave it open-ended for now, and you can tell us more about it.
Well, the definition of algorithm changed because of how complicated they became. Before having computers, an algorithm was something simple. Now an algorithm, and a self-evolving algorithm, is such a complicated thing. It's an interesting insight that we have to maybe change even the definition of an algorithm, because we're using it all the time. But I mean, after let's say the middle of 20th century, when computers started. I mean, when let's say, I don't know when the first computer algorithm, maybe with Alan Turing, maybe sometime, or let's say middle of the
20th century.
Let's say, yeah, when we start having computer algorithms, and before an algorithm was something much simpler. An algorithm is like a series of commands. Let's say I tell you, you will go now to the fridge. You open the fridge. A, you can see butter, or B, you can see there margarine. Let's say. If you see butter, you take the butter and do this. If you don't, if you see, let's say, margarine there, you do other things because it's the different stuff. And then you go another step. Okay, let's take the butter way. If you see the butter and then you take bread and put, if you don't see, and then you have this kind of, this is an algorithm actually, isn't it? It's like a series of commands, potential commands. If you see this, do this. If you have this A, you do after A, B. If you see, you have the options of A, B, C. In case of B, then you have other options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and okay. Now an algorithm is such a complicated thing that we tend to forget that it's actually a series of commands. I don't know. It's interesting the etymology of algorithm actually. Do you know the algorithm is it's from it's the name of an Arab mathematician, I think, of 10th century or some middle age medieval mathematician, and it comes, it's the original version is Al-Khwarazmi, because he's from Khwarezmia. It's a region in Iran, I think. So it's the name of this mathematician who first. It's an alteration of the name of this guy, I think. This Khwarazmi, whatever.
Why?
He's the first that introduced this. It was during the golden times of Muslim scientists, and so it's just an additional information if people don't know. I think search it and then you can put the picture of this guy.
Yeah,
I think Al-Khwarazmi or something, and it became algorithm. After when the term his name, I mean the term with his name went to the West. You know this journey of knowledge of the 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th century, whatever, Muslim scientists that came to Europe, and some people say that it was one of the reasons we had the Renaissance. Is because of I like history so much. so it was a time that sorry for this parenthesis.
No, sorry. Expand on this.
It was a time that the leading culture in science and in, let's say, philosophy and whatever was the Islamic one, not the Christian one. And this is like the medieval, I mean, around 10th century, let's say, roughly. And one of these philosophers or scientists was this guy. Okay, the knowledge was transferred in Spain when it was during that time became Muslim. I mean, it became a part of the Muslim empire, let's say, a caliphate, whatever. And then around I don't remember the date so much, around the 15th century, sometime 14th, 15th century, the Christian forces, let's say Christian king, reoccupied Spain, and they discovered this knowledge in the libraries they had. In Andalusia was very famous for this. I mean, still have the monuments and all these old mosques and whatever there, and they discovered all this Arab Muslim knowledge, and that was one way of starting the beginning of Renaissance. Okay, the other ways, like also knowledge came from Byzantium to the West, because also was real around the time that the fall of Byzantium. So many scholars and intellectuals went from the Byzantium in the West. But so that this is one of the ways of Renaissance to start around this time, around 15th, 14th century. So to go back, the word algorithm went to the West through the name of this guy, and it became from Al-Khwarazmi, whatever in Arabic, it became algorithm. Maybe because it resembles the word arithmos in Greek, so that's why it got this maybe this it resembles logarithm also, algorithm, logarithm. So they altered it in this form, I think. Okay, this is a parenthesis. So,
Interesting.
anyway, so the first that they discovered algorithms were the concept of algorithm were the Muslim Arabs of Middle Ages. But now algorithms are such complicated things. They are almost like agents, like like people around us. We use it, especially us that were dealing so much with social media. Because, okay, now I'm dealing very much with social media because it's a part of the weird politics that we're conducting now in Cyprus with Phidias. And
we will get into this, guys.
So many things. So when you're dealing with social media, using the word algorithm is like another person among us. We always say, the algorithm did that. You have to do this because the algorithm that, the algorithm this, and it's like the algorithm is one of us. It's like a person, like an agent. You have to please the algorithm. We use weird words for this algorithm. It's like a god, it's very strange because we use it all the time. And like people that they are not so much into the philosophy of what an algorithm is, like all these influencers, you don't see that they don't seem that to be so much concerned about what really an algorithm is. They're using the word algorithm all the time, like it's a person. You have to please the algorithm. Algorithm will be angry with you. Algorithm will not like it, and they will not promote your video. So, and it's weird how this word algorithm that started from Middle Age Arab philosophers became a person among us. It's weird. So maybe we have to redefine what the fuck we mean with this algorithm. It's weird person that's around us. It's very strange.
And also, algorithms decide our lives
Very much.
even if you don't realize. I mean, I was reading Harari's book Nexus, and he gives a lot of examples from an everyday person to even a billionaire. Well, a billionaire, they have algorithms. They automatically get your stocks from this company. They move them to this company. But also, if you want to buy a house, or well, an algorithm's gonna run a nice credibility check on you.
And
it's gonna decide your fate.
And so sorry interrupting you. And nobody will know how it came about this decision because we don't know. They're so complicated. And that's what I was saying before. You just give them the end goal. You don't tell them how to achieve it. And they're so complicated that we'll just trust them now. We don't, I mean, we cannot know how they decided. So you don't get the loan, and you don't know exactly why, because there are so many factors we cannot track them. This is always Harari is mentioning this. This is a dangerous thing about it. And
black box.
And the more we trust them, the more weird will become, because they always will have better decisions than we have, and at the end we will trust them for everything, who you gonna marry, because they will know better, what you gonna study. I mean, the example of Harari is like, maybe now you like very much history, but I can predict that you will become very good, let's say, something completely ballet dancer, let's say. But you don't know it now, but you will become very good. I know. And then you see, you think in front of the options of your life. You are 18 years old. You know that you like history. You want to learn history. But if the algorithm, the God, I mean, somebody who knows me better than I know myself, decided that I have to go to study ballet, I have to do it because they know better than me. They know me better than I know myself. Or they can decide political decisions. And if you think that the algorithm decides better than you decide, if you are a prime minister, let's say, and you are sure that you have to do A, but the algorithm recommend B, then you follow B, and then at the end, why you need the prime minister at all? Then you just have the algorithm deciding everything, and then what will be the end of this? I mean, it's a bit weird.
And it's dangerous also because, well, Harari gave an example in the book. I don't remember exactly the context in terms of which century and which king, but it was this king that trusted his assistant so much, and at the end the assistant backstabbed him. And so it's always important when it comes to algorithms. For instance, I talk to ChatGPT hours every day. My dad too. It's infectious. Now my dad talks to ChatGPT hours every day. It's good to take it with a pinch of salt when it comes to things. For instance, a simple example might be ChatGPT. What is the best? This is like a more harmless example. What is the best Hoover for my home?
Mm-hmm.
And it says this. You have to think also, okay, who is benefiting from this? Some results, are they biased? Are they not biased? It's important to take these factors into consideration too. If you are satisfied with the talk regarding algorithms, I want us to talk a little bit about politics. So, okay, there's lots of ways to go about
in
this.
relation with algorithms, or just open a different subject?
I think I'm sure we can find relations that overlap, but let's open it as a different chapter, and then if there's any links,
Maybe after 5 years we will find a lot of relations between algorithms and politics. God forbid, so much.
So, okay, what I kind of know the answer, but I'm going to do it just for. What are you? You are a conservative. You are a liberal. What's your political beliefs?
I don't think I have. I cannot define myself in this spectrum of left, right, conservative. Okay, I wouldn't say I'm conservative. I'm kind of the opposite, I think. Naturally, I think I always like more like new things and innovation, and so certainly I'm not conservative, I think. But the rest, if I'm right wing, left wing, liberal, I don't like to define it so much. I don't know if it's enough, this answer.
Well, I'm using this as a transition because I want us to talk about direct democracy.
So I can define myself as a direct democratician.
This is the answer I was expecting.
If you want to call it like that.
Sure. What is democracy, and what are the subtypes? And explain us the differences between representative democracy, direct democracy.
You can tell to the people why you are asking me this question, because
So
maybe interesting
so
to know the
Nikos,
context.
yes. So
Sorry for asking you to explain things sometimes,
sure.
because you know how many languages I have in my head around me, and I cannot. I haven't been speaking in English for a few months, and I have many languages, which is interesting to tell you why I have so many languages in my mind in my life now. But don't know if you want to.
How many languages?
Around my mind.
Yeah. You know a lot of languages. Yeah.
Depends. The language I know gives you the ability to say that you know tens of languages, because there are languages that they have many relative languages. So okay. Let me explain to people why I cannot speak English. So I understand very well English now, but I'm not used to speaking English. The reason I have many languages in my life is because, okay, at home I speak with my wife in a weird language which is called Gagauz, which is, it became in the path of my life almost as my mother language. It's like almost my first language, and this is language now that is spoken in Republic of Moldova and in some villages in Ukraine and some Balkan countries, and it's a variety of Turkish, kind of Turkic language, or it's a variety of Turkish. Is debatable. Spoken by the Gagauz people. My wife is a Gagauz, and I lived there for many years. And this language became like almost like my first language. So I know Turkish and this language. So by knowing Turkish, you can claim that you know, and Gagauz, you can claim that you know a lot of other languages, like Azerbaijan, which is very close to it, Turkmen, Tatar, Kazakh, even, I went to China, western part, and I could communicate with the Uyghurs there and with the Kyrgyz and the Kazakh. You can even go all the way to Siberia and understanding a bit. There's some like Yakutia in far east of Russia. They speak a language that you can not so close to Turkish, like Azerbaijani, which is very close. I understand Azerbaijani very easy. I was in Iran, northern Iran, in northwestern Iran. They speak Azerbaijan. They speak Azeri. You never hear Iranian, Persian spoken there. And I was communicating very well with my Turkish, which is supposed to be Azerbaijani. Anyway, so I have this Gagauz in my head. In Moldova, which my wife is from, and I'm going often there. I spend like a month almost in the summer. The Gagauz people are using together two languages. They're bilingual with Russian, which is weird because the Gagauz people, they have their territory. Gagauzia is, I don't know if you know, there's an autonomous region in Moldova, in the Republic of Moldova in the south, which is called Gagauzia, with its own flag, its own hymn. They have their own parliament, their own president, but it's autonomous. People? The Gagauz people in Moldova, the population of Gagauzia is like 200,000, and like 80% are Gagauz. There are also, so let's say Gagauz in Moldova are like roughly 200,000. There are another like 50,000 in Ukraine, just next. The village is just next to Gagauzia, which is Ukraine, which they have a common border. The Gagauz village are there, and there are very few Gagauz in Greece. But they identify themselves as Greeks, so you cannot really know how many. Maybe they're like 10,000, let's say. And in Bulgaria also, they identify themselves as Bulgarians.
How did they end up in Greece and Bulgaria?
It's the other way around, actually.
So they started there and they went to
yes. Let me finish. Okay, let me finish off the language I have in my head, and then I can talk about the history of Gagauz, because it was, for many years, was the major subject of my life.
Yes, and I also want to, I don't want to overwhelm you, but I want to ask you how you learn languages too. Is it just by talking to people? Do you take
Mostly, by talking to people. Talking to people, and then try to read sometimes, but I told you I hate the process of education. I don't like to learn things unnaturally myself. So I learn. I don't think I could. Okay, it's the nature. I don't recommend to everybody to follow my ways of learning. But maybe it's my nature. I don't know.
I think a lot of people. My grandma and my grandpa, they went to the UK when they were, 18. They didn't formally read anything, but they speak English. Well, they're dead now, but they spoke English fine.
Yeah, of course, you learn a language natural, but for me, I couldn't, like, I don't have the discipline maybe, or I have too much ADHD. I don't know what I am. I cannot follow instructions.
I don't know with ADHD how I feel about it. Sorry, anyway.
Oh, I have a lot of.
I have the ADHD.
I'm very angry with this.
I was talking with Michael Grazia. Sorry, I'm interrupting, and we're opening a lot of chapters. I promise, guys, we will come back to everything. Yeah. I was talking to you, and there's a lot of. Yeah, and he was making the same argument. I think you brought up this book, A Hunter in a Farmer's World. He was making the same argument. I was talking to him today. Different topic. We were talking about attention schema theory, something about consciousness, but I don't believe in this, man. It's like I think it's just a different way a brain works that doesn't fit in the model we have in society.
I'm more radical about it, because I hate this concept, Because I'm a teacher.
Also, look how much we are concentrating right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Because it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No, for me, this ADHD is a fraud. I mean, it's just to sell drugs, I think.
Just had a different name, to say at least. It's different way the brain was okay, but
for me, it's not just different. It's the natural way of being. And this theory of hunter and farmer theory, I take it a step further. I mean, this theory is like the two types of people: the hunters and the farmers. And the hunters are the ones that let's go back to the hunter-gatherer times, whatever. Hunters are the ones that they have ADHD, and the farmers are the ones that they don't have. It's kind of this theory. And this guy, what's the name of the guy? Do you remember? Anyway,
Hartman, I think.
Hartman, yeah.
I don't remember his
He's
first
proposing this theory that's trying to say that, look, the ADHD people are just more hunters types. But I take it a step further, and I think that before the agricultural revolution, I think we all had ADHD, high-level ADHD. I think this is a natural way of being. I think we were all hunters. Of course, there were no farmers before 10,000 years ago. As we all know, that there were no farming because there was no agriculture. So I think Hartman needs to go a step further, that ADHD is the natural way. Not having ADHD is unnatural. And I can imagine a mutation, whatever, 10,000 years ago, that became beneficial because when farmers started to exist, ADHD level had to go down, because if you are a farmer, if you are a hunter, if you are a hunter-gatherer, you need to have ADHD. You need to be always hyperactive and not to concentrate somewhere, because if you concentrate there, then something can come and eat you, or you will miss the prey around you. Or especially, I mean, humans, and let's go back to the learning processes, natural and I mean, all this interestingness and curiosity. I mean, what are humans versus other organisms? If you are a human, you discover somewhere, let's say, a lot of berries. There's a lot of berries. You go there every day, you eat berries, or you pick up the berries, you eat the berries, or let's say a moment that you eat berries, you collect them, but it's boring. And you see far away some mountains. If you are another organism, you will stagnate your berries. You are happy with your berries and you eat your berries. If you are a human, Homo sapiens, you have ADHD. You can't just concentrate on this berry. There's something more interesting there. There's some mountains there. Let's fucking go and discover what is there. I mean, like, okay, you have enough food here. If you are an antelope, let's say, whatever, if you are another organism, it's enough for you. For humans, it's not enough. It's not enough. They need to satisfy another factor, not just their hunger, but their curiosity and their craving for interestingness. And they see the mountains are far away, so they have to go and what might be there. And so you cannot focus somewhere that is not interesting. We need interestingness. So I think the natural way, and ADHD people, they need interestingness. They want to do things that they are interested. They don't like to do boring things. And I think this is a natural way. So and because I'm a teacher and I have this in front of me all the time, this ADHD bullshit, and they try to stigmatize these kids that they are, okay, they're close to me because I'm also like that, but because I feel that they are the natural ones, and we need to give them drugs to become their natural one. And I hate it. I think it's just a fraud, just an idea of the pharmaceutical companies to sell drugs. I can't see any other utility. The ones that have problem is not the people, is the environment. You bring a natural person in a natural environment, and instead of fixing the unnatural environment, you try to fix the healthy person. It's an unhealthy environment school. The person is healthy. What you need to fix is the unnatural environment, not the healthy person. So I think ADHD is related with this, our craving for interestingness. So it's the natural way. And I can imagine after agriculture came about that you have to be concentrating in taking care of wheat and corn and whatever rice.
Do the same things systematically on Monday.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
same
you
thing
have
as
to go. Yeah,
Tuesday.
yeah. And then when the paradigm shifted towards agriculture, and that was the main endeavor, people, I mean, having ADHD, I mean, having this feature, this characteristic, was not beneficial so much like before. I can imagine before the agricultural revolution, some tribe giving drugs, let's say, or plants to their
the
kids to
opposite.
have to have the opposite, because
Yeah.
in hunting gathering times it was not a good idea not to have it. And another thing, without ADHD, I mean, okay, I take it into the extreme, we would be now in the savannas of Africa,
Explain this.
because this is the way we expanded. Picking up berries and seeing far away the mountains. If you would be okay with your berries, you wouldn't go to the mountains, because mountains are weird. What is this? But you cannot. You want to go further. And humans went further and further and further, and they reached the poles. They reach Europe. They reach deserts. They reach whatever places. And with this curiosity, we expanded everywhere on the planet so fast. After I mean, a few tens of thousands of years after Homo sapiens started to exist, let's say, like 300, 500,000 years ago, whatever, in the savannas of Africa, like, let's say, maximum 100,000 of years, or couple of 100,000 years, they were everywhere. And because of our adaptability, and because we don't have the information in our DNA, but we receive it through the environment, we could adapt and live everywhere, and through the learning process. So humans reach the ice place. I mean, the cold places in the very, very north. They learned the environment there. They went to the deserts, whatever other environments, or in rainforests or whatever, because we are made to live in, let's say, in the savannas of Africa. That's where we evolve. And we reach every environment, and we became so adaptable in these environments that wherever you find humans, you would imagine that they are there forever. I mean, they are so adaptable to these environments, and they are just there. Like, let's say the Native Americans, when they reached the Amazon, let's say 50,000 years ago, something like that, and they are so much into this place that there were millions of years there, you think, because we're so adaptable through learning. Anyway, so I can imagine a mutation 10,000 years ago, it's a mutation, whatever, I don't know how to call it, that favored the other paradigm, the boring ones. I mean, the non-ADHD people. So you have to do this every day. You have to go and water the plants and try to take care of them. So ADHD became not so favorable. And I think this is what it is about. I think, I'm very furious about it, because I live every day with this, and I hate to stigmatize these guys
and to experience it too, man. Like, so just for context, so I didn't hear of biomedical sciences, and then I transferred to medicine, and now I'm in second year of medicine. Between my first year of biomed and my first year of med, in the summer, I started reading books. I said I would start reading books. In the beginning, I wanted to systematize it, and I'm like, I give up. This is just going to be more chaotic. This is better. But I look back at it, and this is no offense to my university or anything, but the 9 months I did biomed compared to the 3 months in the summer that I sat down to read books, I learned 10 times more. And the second time, and it's like allowing myself to, and this is, I think, where people get confused and people get scared, which is understandable, because systems, going back to the book I was telling you about on Meadows, systems need diversity to thrive.
Yeah.
But people are afraid of diversity because we like to be in our ways. Otherwise, we are scared to go out of our ways. Even if you can see this in your daily life too. If your friend is doing a positive change in his life, even if you know if it's positive, you still feel a little bit, I'm not used to this. Even if it's something positive.
Yeah.
And then in time you understand, oh, this is no problem, okay, and you adapt to it. And but going back to it, people, I think they get scared because they think, oh, it's chaotic. But and this, I'm very fascinated by chaos theory. And
Chaos is not a bad thing. But why we gave a bad a notion?
I think it's because people are misunderstood. I think they misunderstand what chaos is. Chaos is not the same as stochasticity. It's not complete randomness.
Yeah.
Chaos has interconnections, and chaos is a non-linear system.
That's why there is a chaos theory. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a theory around.
So it's more chaos is not random. It's chaos in a bounded way, but it's hard to understand how these things are bounded, but they are. So I think that's one thing that scares people. They confuse chaos with just randomness.
There is the concept of self-organization.
Yeah, yesterday I had a
chaos.
podcast on self-organization with Stuart Kaufman. Sorry.
No, I wanted to.
But it's exactly this.
To bring the self-organization idea. You know going back to education.
Okay, I have it all tracked in my head. We will not leave.
No. Going back to education through self-organization in relation with the chaos theory. Is this guy Phidias also interviewed Sugata Mitra, that is trying to explain the process of learning in a school environment, or in a let's say school environment, that it's also coming about this chaos process that we don't trust at school at all. I mean, school is exactly the opposite. We don't trust self-organizing systems. We don't trust that people. We don't trust people like I don't know, in a Hobbesian way. In a way that people are bad. People are not
Hobbesian. I mean, enlightenment.
Thomas Hobbes. Yeah. Thomas Hobbes is proposed that people are not good. People
social contact.
They need, in this manner that we need to. We shouldn't trust them. We have to put laws or let's don't call it law. Let's don't go to the political part, but we need to regulations, let's say, in their lives. So kids at school, they're bad. They will always try to do bad things. They will not learn by themselves. They will not obey by themselves. They will not be moral by themselves. We need to found regulations. We need to impose regulations because inherently humans are not good. And we don't trust the human nature. So in, I say Hobbesian way, I mean, that's a bad term. It's a, I forgot why I talk about it. What was
self-organization in education?
Yeah. So Sugata Mitra is proposing another paradigm that you have to trust the self-organization of a group of kids in the learning process. You don't need to impose them all the steps and all the regulations, because another thing is that we also learn in relation with others. We are social species. Even eusocial species. This is the term of eusociality. That we don't exist alone. Humans, they need to interact all the time. And education is exactly the opposite. It's glorifying individualness. I mean, how assessed people at school? Alone. Alone is not that.
The one who has spent the most time alone.
But alone, not to everybody else. But we're not wolves. We're not. We are close to. We're not foxes. Let's say we're not organisms that live alone. I don't know. I can find another good example that they are unitary animals. But let's say
most animals are
most animals are like
they go in groups.
yeah, but some like wolves are not, foxes are not going to groups. Like okay, we are not foxes. Let's say it's enough an example. We are closer to wolves, but wolves are not eusocial like we are. We are more close. We are opening so many subjects. I don't know if people are right.
Politics,
You have to-
Gagauz, I remember. So we are going
My
back to
language.
these two main things. But I it's okay, don't worry, we'll figure it out.
Anyway, the thing with eusociality, humans are not unitary animals like foxes. Let's say we need to be together like wolves, but we are not wolves now, or like chimps, like our closest relatives, or like gorillas. Orangutans, I think, they are more towards unitary. They are not so much in groups. They are not so social. Anyway, but we Homo sapiens. That's this theory of group selection and I mean this kind of group selection is it's a way of evolution. It's a strategy of evolution of the gene, let's say, to propagate through the group and not through the individual. And eusocial species are the ones that the group is more important than the individual. So in social species like wolves, let's say, or like chimps, our relatives, and gorillas, it's the individual is more important than the group, but the individual takes the advantages of being in a group. Eusociality is like is the paradigm of bees and ants, and okay, let's say bees and ants that everybody knows. For a bee, and for the DNA, the genome, the genes of a bee, the individual is nothing. Because I mean they don't give birth. Only the queen gives birth. So it's an organism with a DNA, with a genome, but these genes are propagating, and they, I mean, they will copy themselves through another organism, which is the queen. So the important for a bee is the group, is not the individual. That's why they are so altruistic. That's why they don't care if they die, because when they attack people, when they attack the how you say, the enemies of the group, they die usually, but they don't care. Or there is another example. There is a species of ants that every night some ants need to stay outside.
Cold. To escape the cold.
Yeah, to escape the cold, they cover the others, and every night some dies.
Yeah.
But for the genes, it doesn't matter, because the propagation of and the replication of the genes will come through another organs. And we are, I mean, some theories say that we are towards evolution is taking us towards this direction. But we're becoming like ants now. Like, and for us, that's why we are altruistic too. I mean, I don't think that wolves are so altruistic or other social species. But we are like these ants, like that they don't care that they will die, because the propagation of the genes are more is happening more through the group, because we are anyway relatives. So let's say evolution as an agent discover this strategy for some species to care about the group, and I think we are more eusocial humans. So like, it's not in the case of bees, the individual is not the bee. Bee for evolution, bee is not the unit. The unit, that group selection, means that the unit of selection is the group, is not the individual. So for maybe for a fox, the unit of selection is the fox, but for us is the group. So we don't care. For us is to have the group, to have kids. When we were hunter gatherers, we were like groups of 200, 300 people. because anyway they are all relative. So our genes, clever as they are, or evolution in its wisdom, decided why caring about the individual is a better strategy to make them altruistic, to care about the group, because it's a better strategy. So you would die for 5 others. It's more beneficial for your genome because 5 people, maybe it's not exactly your gene, but it's so close to your genes that the 5 people will give birth to, in the next generation, to 30 kids instead of the 2-3 of you. So why not dying for them? So it's a strategy of evolution through the selfish gene of docking. So maybe the gene is selfish, but it created an organism that cares more about, or some organisms, bees and ants and maybe us, or we are maybe towards this direction. So what I want to say is that humans are not thriving alone. Evolution took this path for us to be group, and education is making this huge mistake to separate people alone and even assess them how good they are alone. And you can assess a fox like that, but not a bee. Not can you imagine to try to assess an ant alone, if how good it is in life? Take an ant alone from young and try to see how good it is in life alone. What they would do alone, eat alone, or they don't exist alone. It doesn't make sense to let's say try to assess an ant alone. An ant, you can assess the group, the beehive. We are like that. So we are not alone. We thrive in company with others. And to go back to chaos, you don't need to organize. It's organized by itself. You don't need to take, I mean, we can go to politics also. A group of hunter-gatherers, 200 let's say, it was organized by itself. So Hobbes was wrong. Rousseau was right. If you go back to Enlightenment times, that people are inherently good. Nature gave us the tools of being good and being able to organize. We don't need somebody to tell us the regulations. So I think school should be like that too. I mean, because so much nature gave us the learning process. We have it inside us if we are groups, if we are together. So if we would leave kids from the very beginning alone to learn, and okay, to have some adults around to facilitate or to put them in an environment of learning, to keep them alone in an environment of learning with computer, with books, with all the things, but leave them alone to self-organize in a chaotic manner, chaotic in the good sense of chaos. Okay, to have around them some people to help them, because they facilitate because they would crave for it. I can imagine now. Can you imagine now a kid that cannot read? And how would, I mean, and you have somebody, let's say the teacher around, the adult, the facilitator, who never tell to the kid, you have to learn to read, you have to do this. You think that this kid who would endure to live in a world without in a world without being able to read,
with the older kids reading comics and
and
everything.
All this. I mean, you are nobody without. And I can imagine this kid begging the teacher, teach me how to learn, how to read. They would beg the teachers. Everything would be interesting for them. Physics, philosophy, because it's natural to us. All the subjects that we are forcing them down, they're hating them, they would love, they would beg the teacher or the adult, let's say, to teach them. Plus, they are teaching each other, which is more natural. Older kids are teaching younger kids. So I think for education, we have to reinvent it and trust nature. Because the end result of education now is that people that learn nothing, and not only learn nothing from this process, but hating learning to learn more in the process of their life.
And you can see this, man. I mean, there's so many, like you mentioned this example, I think, previously in one of your podcasts, like with Sudbury Valley, for instance, and
With what?
Sudbury Valley, this alternative
this
school,
alternative school.
and you see these people, how much intellectual curiosity they naturally develop. Sudbury Valley is a school, guys, in America, an alternative
It's
school.
not one. There
There's
are many
there's
now.
many,
They're
yeah.
like,
And they researched the student outcomes. And
Peter Gray
Peter Gray, yes, and he had some
He has
PhD.
also podcasted.
Yes, I sent him an email too.
Mhm.
And it's a good podcast. I watched that podcast. And you can see he had a group of PhD students. They went and they studied these people, how they ended up in life. And you can see, like, naturally, they develop intellectual curiosity. In fact, some of them got to university just by
became
emailing
like
professor and
mathematics professors.
um,
They're totally free. I mean, they have no
They don't
curriculum,
have
nothing.
to.
They just leave them alone to do whatever they want.
and you have, well, you will have a music room. You will have like a biology room. You can go into the room. You can try to like learn something. Let's say you have a microscope. You can naturally go and see and test out how does this work. And the teacher, if you want the teacher to, maybe if you go ask them a question, they will answer it to you, but they will not give you more than you ask. I was reading, this was like a year ago, Ivan Illich's book. I don't remember his background.
Ivan Illich is a theorist of education.
Yes.
He's the first, I think.
Yes.
He's the very first who brought the concept of
unschooling. I think the book I was reading, this unschooling society. Deschooling society.
Deschooling society. Now the term became unschooling. But he's a pioneer. I think the very first. And he's a guy. Sorry for Croatian guy or something.
Yeah, I think he might be from Russia, but I might be wrong, guys. I will put a picture here.
From Eastern Europe.
I might be paraphrasing a little bit, but one of the most interesting things I got from, well, there's other interesting things from that book, but if you think of a priest, I don't know what the word exomologisi is in English.
Confession?
Yeah.
Confession.
So yeah, there's this tradition. You go to the priest and you confess your sins, maybe on Sunday.
We have it in Catholic and Orthodox tradition, not in the Protestant so much, I think.
Interesting. I didn't know.
I don't know if they are, but you do it actually before Holy Communion. Before you receive Holy Communion.
And so, when you think of that, a lot of people, when they have in their heads priests, they're like, okay, this guy is serious. It's like, they're a little bit scared too. They're like, oh, I'm a bit scared of confessing. And when we think of church, a lot of people think of it as kind of a conservative institution. In England, I live in Brighton, they do a really good job with churches because they have guitars and drums and piano and the people sing and there's young people and old people. So they're clearly doing something right because it's a good environment. But for other, and especially I think less so Protestant, but other Orthodox and Catholic more, it's more conservative. And then you compare it to education, who for some reason, education, people think of it, it's a more liberating, it's more liberal, like,
it should be.
You educate yourself and you get liberated, but it's even more conservative. You are more scared to confess to your teacher than to confess to the priest. And also education tells you what to learn, when to learn it, how to learn it. You have to do it this way, this equation, you have to solve it.
Not only learning and behavior.
Everything.
They also impose you how to behave, when to behave, and which is even worse.
And they don't tell you why to do it. Which is maybe the most important. And the reason I'm bringing this analogy is because, well, it's a bit of a weird example, but let's say consent. When you want to hang out with your friends, or when you want to go out with a girl or a boy or whatever, and you want to sleep with them or whatever, break one of the when, how, where, what, it's assault. And then in education, it's very, very normal to break all of this. The why, the when, the where. I just find it mind-blowing. This is one of the key takes I got from the book, but as soon as I put it in my head that way, that the institution of education is perceived to be supposed the most liberal and it's the most conservative institution ever. It tells you.
It was supposed to. It was sorry for
Oh,
interrupting.
no,
It was
finish it.
supposed to be what should liberate us from the Middle Ages, from the darkness of having just the church and imposing for us everything, and because it's an enlightenment, it's a child of the Enlightenment, the school, let's say, which was a process of liberating supposedly the people from the previous situation that just the religion was dictating everything, and it became worse at the end. I like the way you brought it now.
Honestly, my blood goes like it hits when I think about this.
It's like the motto of Harari: never underestimate human stupidity.
Yeah.
I mean, also perverse incentive. It came. It's the concept that I was mentioned before. We're supposed to create an institution to liberate.
And we de-incentivize.
Okay, there are some people that say that it was from the beginning an institution to make things like that, and it was not for liberation, but it was to create factory workers, which is the famous Prussian model of education. And I mean, this is the theory that I mean, not the theory, a way of describing school as an invention of first the Prussians to make people more easily manipulative citizens of Prussia, let's say. So it was not about liberating them or giving them knowledge and learning. It was just to make them more easily manageable. And then, because now we're talking about the 17th, 18th century, and immediately after the Industrial Revolution came about, and they took over this school, which was first invented, let's say, by the Prussians to organize society to be more manageable citizens. And then was this need of the agricultural, also Industrial Revolution for workers, and it took this instrument of school to convert the farmers into factory workers. And at the end, school, maybe from the beginning, this concept of public school, let's say, was maybe from the beginning not a liberating organization, but the other way around, to take more free-thinking farmers, to make them manageable citizens, and then, even worse, factory workers, which means that not thinking, not learning by yourself, not deciding by yourself, you have to just follow rules. Factory workers should be more following rules than the citizen, let's say. So the Prussian model became just a way to convert the farmers into factory workers. So maybe from the very, very beginning, school was evil, let's say. Maybe it was not just an instrument of enlightenment to liberate people from the dark past. It's anyway, but it shouldn't be, because it claims that it's not like that. School is claimed that, I mean, we are liberalizing people, we are teaching people, we're making them more advanced, more free, more, and it has exactly the opposite result. So in any case, even if it's on purpose working like that, or if it's by let's say it happened by accident or side effect, whatever you can say, either way, is not achieving what it claims to achieve, to be for. Anyway, I'm always talking about education because it's my life. I'm a teacher, so sorry for.
No, this is good.
So we're shifting so much.
It's okay.
I don't know if people like it. We are chaotic.
But guys, but they are connected. All the things, and they are coming, and so I think it's important to. Also, when it comes to conversation, man, I'm trying to learn how to be more present during conversations, and also in the beginning when I started podcasts, I had a bunch of questions to ask the guests, and then they were telling something cool and interesting. And instead of following it up, because I'm interested anyway in it, I was just like, okay, I'm going to go to the next question. Whereas now I'm very much more flexible. Unless I know, like with Lauris, I know we had a little bit of a stricter time schedule, and I know there's like one or two things I definitely want to ask him. So okay, I will. No, Gallup also. I will be a bit more aware of time.
Yeah.
But in most cases, if you have if you know a podcast will last 2-3 hours, I'm not going to like interrupt the conversation that flows well and generates interesting stuff.
You know, the fun thing is that we contradict ourselves now, because before we were glorifying chaos and self-organization and let things open-ended, and now we're saying that because we're doing the same thing now, we are doing an open-ended self-organization. We're chaotic now in our conversation, but we don't trust chaos, as we mentioned before. So we contradict ourselves. We don't like this conversation that is not structural. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe people like it like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I have a feeling a lot of people do, and maybe some people don't, but I do.
I also.
and also
we are chaotic people.
I think definitely inside of my head, sometimes you have like it needs a little bit of conscious effort to allow a conversation to be a little bit chaotic, and that's because I think all your life people will tell you, no, it has to be more structured.
Yeah.
It's like meditation. Like, well, if the world was perfect, we didn't only really to consciously try and focus on our breath and whatever.
You should be able to do it.
But it needs a little bit of conscious effort, especially if you're a beginner in meditation like me. Okay, so
the Vipassana school, you mean that you have to concentrate on your breath first, and
I'm reading.
I cannot meditate. It's impossible for me. I can't.
You know a book?
I went to the Buddhists. I went to the Dalai Lama's monastery. I went to the Hindus. For me, just boring.
Really?
I can't.
Interesting.
I can't, because I don't. It's this ADHD, whatever I have. I cannot. I cannot do this. I cannot do peaceful things. You know, when I meditate, actually, when I go jogging, when I run, I don't know, because I don't know, and I think I relax so much. I don't know why. This is the only moment that my brain is like my mind. I don't like to associate brain with mind so much. It's another topic that we could go, this philosophy of mind. I'm more an idealist.
I know.
Anyway, so anyway, maybe it's the only time my mind is, I don't know, it's free to think of things. I don't know why, because I'm tired or what. And after running like 2 hours, I feel so relaxed, because it's the only time I stop thinking. But it's impossible for me. I envy people that they can meditate. For me, it's just like I want to think things or whatever. I cannot leave myself free. I don't know. Do you achieve this?
It's hard, very hard for me. I'm reading. I'm halfway through it. I don't remember the first name of the guy. He died. He was a neuroscientist. His surname is Yates. I don't remember his first name. And I really like his way of teaching people and guiding people to meditate. He breaks it into 10 stages. It doesn't need to be 10 stages, but it's just to be helpful. So he breaks it to 10 stages, and he really puts you like certain goals for each stage. And he also emphasizes that meditation, you cannot push through a meditation session with discipline.
Yeah.
You have to, so he says you have to consciously try to focus on the pleasurable aspects of meditation. For instance, you're sitting there, you close your eyes, and maybe there's a nice breeze. Try to focus on that breeze, because it will naturally make this more enjoyable for you. And then the next day you might be.
Sorry,
no, that's good. That's good.
An example: I was in Dalai Lama's monastery in Dharamsala in India. They are in exile. They are not in Tibet, as we know. They are in exile.
I don't know.
The Tibetans are not in Tibet because they are exiled by China. So Dalai Lama is living in Dharamsala in India.
Okay.
And I was there trying to understand Buddhism. When I was in India, I was trying to understand religions.
So how many years ago, just for context?
Many, I don't know. I was like 26, 27, or like 30 years ago. So many, wow. Dalai Lama is still there. Anyway, and I remember we had a kind of like conversation with a lama, whatever monk, and like more organized, like conversation. We were like sitting all down, and he was in front of us and was talking, and it was a German guy. I remember he was sitting like in a very strict meditative position, and he was like trying to focus on the word of the spiritual leader, whatever. And when he saw him like that, he was laughing so much. This lama said, "You will understand nothing. Sit like others and relax, man." So yeah, I don't know why we are always appreciating more the discipline and the structure and all these regulations and rules, and you should do that. Right? You should. If you feel free and relaxed and you feel that you're not doing something good. I mean, I don't know, even the school itself. I mean, you shouldn't enjoy it. If you enjoy it, something's wrong.
Yeah.
You should enjoy.
Weird. Sometimes I go outside to interrupt you. Maybe I don't drink alcohol, but if I like try to fit in with the kids at school, I go out with them to like get the sparkling water, and they ask me like what you're interested, what you are doing, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was reading this book, and they're like, oh, it's this stupid guy, like we finished studying medicine, and you're
yeah, exactly. Now you should abandon the idea of books and learning. Learning is something that you do not in your free time, not your.
And I'm like, yeah, it's sad, man, because I think all humans have potential to enjoy this.
I mean, it's sad. It's blasphemous for me. I mean, learning is such core, such for me such a dear. I mean, I hate. I'm living in this environment all my life because I'm a teacher. I mean, the humiliation of the most sacred thing for me in front of my eyes, for me, it's embarrassing. I mean, it's blasphemous for me. It's the core thing. Humans are the organs that learns, and we humiliate it in school so much. I mean, to say to even now to a kid, I'm reading a book. They say, "You're stupid. You are not forced to it. Why you read a book?" I remember an incident. Now we were talking about unschooling. It was a TED talk, whatever, and it was a guy who grew up unschooled, let's say, and he remembered an incident of his life. He said, a neighbor of mine who was schooled. I mean, the neighbor was going to school and was a friend with the unschooled kid. And we were playing one time at home one afternoon. The unschooled kid, unschooled are the kids that it's a movement actually, especially in the United States. I mean, for people to understand, it's a movement that it's a movement of homeschoolers, let's say, more radical homeschoolers. That they declare their kids to be homeschooled because you are not allowed. I mean, you are allowed to have homeschooling, but you are not allowed to have unschooling, I think. You are, I mean, some countries you have to go to school, like our country. Cyprus, you are not allowed not to send your kids at school until a certain age, 15, 16 years old. In some countries like England or like Great Britain, I'm so UK or US, you are allowed not to send your kids at school, but you have to homeschool them. And there are some radical, I mean, people that they're thinking like Peter Gray, Ivan Illich, whatever, people like that they say that they prefer not to school them, their kids, but they declare to be homeschoolers, but they are unschoolers. That's how they call themselves. So this guy was a school kid, and the school kid was visiting them at school, and they were playing. And at one moment, the school kid said, "Man," to the other kids, to the unschooled kids, he said, "Man, I have to go at home now because I have tomorrow an exam in history, and I have to study history, and I hate history." And the unschooled guy was shocked, and he described the feelings. So I couldn't face this guy anymore. I couldn't understand how on earth somebody can hate history. Because I like so much history. I like to read history. And he was like a teenager, let's say. okay, I can understand. He was saying how somebody cannot like history. But to hate history must be so weird. To hate I mean, you hate somebody who's trying to kill you. You hate somebody who's trying to hurt you. But to hate history,
And what did history do to you?
how it can be like you hate history? I mean, how can harm somebody history? It cannot be how he could understand how, and he thought that this guy is weird. And he said, I couldn't see him in the same way I was receiving this person because it was so weird to me in that time when I was a teenager. How can somebody hate so much history? It's weird. History is a concept. How it can help you? And it's weird what human stupidity achieved to make exactly the opposite thing and make people hate history, hate mathematics. I mean, hate mathematics. Okay, don't learn them, but if you don't like them, but hating them, they hate. I mean, especially the more good the students are at school, the more they hate school. Definitely. Yeah.
Let me check out the cameras are working. Just a sec.
Never mind if they don't work.
Okay, good.
Just to be sure.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, the fact that we the fact that we enjoy the conversation means we're doing something good. And I enjoy it so much.
It's
chaotic, but
it's funny you say this because I was planning to start out talking about politics.
we will.
But okay. So
if my politician friends are not calling me to go outside to do what our political endeavor,
you want to,
I don't see anybody calling me. So
Ioannis told me you want to
register people to the
yeah.
We're politicians now. I can't imagine.
This is
I'm a politician. And let's close the Gagauz people and
yes.
just the language parenthesis what we open, and then we can go just politics. I mean,
sure.
You wanted to talk about more about this or any?
Oh no, yeah, and also I did have in mind to talk about education and stuff anyway.
We
so
talked enough for you education.
I think we did a good job. I definitely want us to cover at some point politics and what direct democracy is.
Okay.
And
so this is
what's going on in Cyprus too. But it's more open-ended. I'm happy as long as we have cool stuff to talk about.
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt the flow. But yeah, let's go back to the Gagauz stuff because
it's part of my life.
Yes.
Okay, I was talking before about why I cannot speak. I cannot articulate myself in English because I have many languages in my mind. And okay, the one is Turkish and related languages, which actually I have 3 Turkic or Turkish varieties in my life now. The one is Gagauz, the language of my wife, and the language I'm talking at home, and which is almost like sometimes I'm thinking in this weird version of Turkish, which is called Gagauz. The other is Turkish because I'm only the Turkish Cypriots in Cyprus. I'm talking with them, and I'm also following like the news of Turkish of Northern Cyprus and whatever occupied Cyprus. Let's call it to be more politically. As a politician, I should call it more occupied. Anyway, so I have Gagauz variety of Turkish, and also I have another one in my life. Is the Turkish spoken by the Greeks of the Caucasus, the Pontic Greeks we call them. This is a group of Greeks that moved during the 19th century from Eastern Anatolia, from the region of Kars, Erzurum, moved to Russia. In that time, Russia, because they fought in the Russian Turkish wars of the 19th century together with the Russians against the Turks. So there were populations, Greeks or Christian Orthodox populations living in Ottoman Empire, fighting with the Russians, being Christians, supporting the Russians. They had to move to Russia, and now this place is Georgia. So you had in Georgia many Greek populations that after the 90s, I mean after the perestroika and the breakup of the Soviet Union, many of them moved to Greece, of this Greeks of Anatolia that they moved during the 19th century in Russia, which is now Georgia, that's part of Russia, moved to Greece, and many of them came to Cyprus through this journey. And these Greeks, most of them, especially those that came to Cyprus, like 90% of them, they speak Turkish. They don't speak Greek. They speak a variety of Turkish. And I have many, many students at school, because I enjoy so much. Linguistics is my passion. And I always, many in my school, is vocational school. We call vocational school. You call it the school that you learn more crafts. Technical. Anyway,
I don't know.
So call it vocational, something like that. Anyway, and there are many there. So I always try to talk to them because they also talk in different dialects, and I love dialectology. I'm just in love with. So I always talk to them in their Turkish variety, which is different. Gagauz is more the Balkan version of Turkish. It's a Balkan part of the Ottoman Empire, and they are the east, very eastern part. And they are different dialects. So I have 3 varieties of Turkish in my mind through their dialect. Something interesting I want to tell you is another parenthesis. We call them Pontic Greeks. And it's maybe weird how these Greeks are talking in Turkish. They are Christians, they are Greeks, but their language is, of course, they all know Russian because you are living in the Soviet Union. They came at the Soviet Union time. I mean, at the end of, after it. Almost nobody speaks Georgia, which is exactly the same. I will tell about the Gagauz afterwards. So almost nobody speaks Georgia. They speak Russian, and they speak their native language, which for 90% of them is Turkish. The rest 10%, they speak the Pontic variety of Greek, Pontic Greek, which is an ancient kind of variety of archaic variety of Greek. So I have these students in my school, and every day I speak with them in this variety of Turkish. So I have 3 varieties of Turkish in my head.
So, sorry to interrupt. Is there, because I don't know, do people ever try to make like maps of dialects and how they evolve from different places? Or
of course, it's a big part of sociolinguistic, chronolinguistic. Sometimes they call historical. Okay, chronolinguistics is not very. It's not in use so much. We call it historical sociolinguistics, and it's fascinating for me. Like for me, I'm absolutely in love with dialects. All my life. All my life since I was a student. When I discovered Greek dialects first, I just was traveling everywhere, in every island, everywhere to just experience. I went to southern Italy when I was a student just to experience the Greek dialects there. I don't know why I'm fascinated. It's like it's the best way of studying history and archaeology. For me, it's like it's archaeology to study dialects. It's just an archaeology because you dig and found new words, and because I'm also a dialectophone myself, and we have this privilege to have our mother tongue being a dialect, which is a privilege for me, because if you are not a dialectophone, I don't know if it's the right term anyway, if you don't have as a mother tongue a non-literary language, you have the language. I mean, people that their native language is a literary language, they have it in front of them written. They know the rules. They speak it in a structural manner because they know every rule. You see them even written in front of you. When you speak a language, sometimes you see the words. I don't know if it's synesthesia of mine, but when I speak a language, I see the words in front of me. When I speak a non-literary language, and I have the privilege to have 2, because Gagauz is also almost non-literary language, and Cypriot, you don't see it in front, you just speak.
It's a more direct
it's
experience.
More direct, it comes from your soul.
Yes.
When you say a phrase in Cyprus, you never know how many words you said.
Yes.
Just sometimes you say 5 words and you think that's one. Sometimes, so dialects is like living history. So I'm so fascinated about languages. So I started with the Greek dialects, and then I discovered a much more rich group of languages, the Turkic languages, which stretches from Siberia to to Iran and Afghanistan and all the way to Serbia, you have Turkish speakers, all the way, uninterrupted, tens of languages, hundreds of dialects, and so anyway, I'm so much into dialectology. I don't know. You can see how fascinating would be studying dialects.
It's sure, yes, and it's something that I've never considered until now, but now I'm very interested. So one tool you used to study dialects is traveling. What other tools do you use to study dialects?
I don't really study. I enjoy it actually. I don't study. I don't. Okay.
To learn.
It's just pleasure for me. It's like hedonistic pleasure, almost. I don't know. It's so much. It's so for me to discover a new word that I use it in my dialect or in other language that I know, and it's a bit different, or it relates with the history of these people. They say it like that because they were living with them, with this population, or this indicates. I mean, parts of their past. It's like this notion of Richard Dawkins. I don't know if I can frame it so much that our genes it's a codification of our history. The steps of our ancestor or ancestors of ancestors are passed through. So, and you can see it in our genes.
I'm smiling because I think it will be impossible to talk about politics. But this is interesting. Sorry, continue.
It will come politics when I go to Gagauz.
Okay,
nice. Politics, actually.
But I'm interested in what you are talking about.
Let me finish about because
guys,
most things that I'm telling now, I just discovered them now. So I want. That's co-learning. Whatever. I'm not just now explaining you something of my life. I'm learning it together.
And we understand it. Well, I teach jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts in the UK. I love jiu-jitsu. I love books more. When I say books, in the more intellectual stuff, I love it more. But jiu-jitsu, I love it because there's a lot of problem solving too. There's a lot of reasons I love jiu-jitsu, but explaining to other people, you learn yourself. You more deeply ingrained. You see it from different angles. Sorry, just small parenthesis.
That's why this kind of terminology, teaching, explaining. Is not very useful. I think all this education, I'm educating you, I'm teaching you, I'm explaining you. It's like we are involved together in this beautiful endeavor of learning. That's what is happening. So many of the things I'm telling now, it's just I just discovered on the spot. That's why I'm so enthusiastic. I always want to divert the conversation plus ADHD. So it reminds me this concept of Richard Dawkins, that our genome is like, I don't know if I frame it exactly how but it's beautiful that our genome it like carries all the history of our ancestors of ancestors of ancestors, that we were once like insects and once like amoebas and like whatever, and then it's language. Language is okay in a mimetic way now, not in a genetic way, which is a beautiful analogy. I mean, the memes and the genes, and again, his invention. I mean, the term of meme is an invention of Richard Dawkins in the book. Selfish Gene. So in an analogy in a mimetic analogy, our language it carries our history. We use a certain word or the certain expression or the certain grammatical structure because we spend time with these certain people. So for example, in Gagauz, which is a variety of Turkish, it's a concept in language of how they call it. You can see the layers of subtract. Let's say there's a term I cannot remember now in English that you can detect the past of a people in syntaxes, let's say. So the Gagauz people, the parentheses, they speak Turkish in a Balkan Balkan order of words. So the syntaxes of Gagauz is not Turkic. the words and the grammar is Turkic, but the order of words in a sentence is more like Balkan language, like Greek, like. So it's not just the words you use a certain way, also the structures. In linguistics, in dialectology, it's very interesting to see how the structure of the grammatical rules change through time. I think there's a language in Brahui, I think it's called, that is supposed to be classified among the Dravidian languages, which is South Indian. The four major languages of South India is not Indo-European, it's like Dravidian. And then you have another one language in Western Pakistan somewhere. It's like an island, and they also classified among these languages, not because of words. They don't have common words. They have very, very much common syntaxes. And because of the syntaxes, they have to classified among the Dravidian languages, which is very far away geographically. So I wanted to say that it's not just words; the structures are very interesting. So it's like living history, and very genuine. Because if the textbooks tell me my history, they can cheat me, or the history of a people, whatever. They can maybe have political intentions to mention it like that, and not like. I mean, not the way it should be. But language is a very, very genuine way of telling history. That's why I feel like archaeology with dialects. And so we should go back somewhere. But
before we go back, because I want to ask you something about the structure of language and about grammar and syntax and how it influences how a society and what direction will go. There's a small story. I don't remember if this anecdote, I came up with it by myself or if I read it somewhere or whatever. It's a silly anecdote, but so don't take it to face value. But it's just like an extreme example of how the limitations or the way language is structured can influence. It's more okay. This example is completely linguistic determinism, what I'm gonna say. But I'm using it as to ask you the next question. So. If you have a kid and you want it to like mathematics, you want it to like math, and maybe you sit the kid down and you tell them, or you want them to come up with a decision to study math.
By themselves.
And you give them like Scrabble pieces, and you give them an M, an A, a T, and a H. Or maybe you want them to study biology, you give them a B, an I, an O, an L, and whatever, and you tell them, come up with whatever combination of letters you want to, and you can study whatever you come with that combination of letters. And the kid sits there, he's playing around, and eventually he comes by himself. He thinks he comes by himself with the word
they discovered it, not you.
So they discovered it, but really they didn't really have much.
It was fake.
This is like a radical example of like okay, one word is not a language, but it's a small subsystem.
But still you gave them the instruction.
Yeah, but
they didn't discover it exactly by themselves. You told them. I mean,
but this is more so. My question is more so related to. So this is an example of how language, the limitations of language, because you didn't give them all the alphabet. Let's say you only give them those letters.
Those that you need.
You want them to.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, how does structure and the limits in the syntax and the grammar and the way the syntax or says and language / dialect is, how do these things influence a society? For instance, with the postmodernists and Foucault and these guys, and they're talking a lot about like hidden kind of power stuff in language. I'm more interested not necessarily just in the power aspect, but how much can like let me give you an example. I don't want to. I don't love this example, but when we say God, we say He, and then so does that over time influence how a society views God? I assume so, yes, but also is it maybe also the other way around? Maybe it also shows.
It's a question. What comes first?
Yeah.
God or
is it how we view viewed it at the time, and that's why we wrote it like that, or it was by accident, then we are reinforcing. I'm not structuring this question
So the
really
question
well.
is like language drives culture or thought, or thought drives language.
Well, kind of like that. How does language dictate how a culture will develop? And but also on the other hand, it's like a chicken and the egg. How much did
I
culture?
remember an example. I don't know if it's 100% related. That there is another guy that Phidias podcasted. People tend to forget how many people Phidias podcasted before becoming a politician. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's an aspect of Phidias that is not very much stressed now.
And I think it's a
underestimated.
shame because
It's a shame.
people think he's stupid,
Yeah, I mean,
and he talks like to Nobel Prize
not
people.
in every subject.
Yeah.
So it's a
I steal guests from his podcast.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I steal other guests.
Yeah. It's underestimated, this aspect of his life. Anyway, so it's another guy of Phidias'
I
guest.
think I watched it. If it's a linguistics,
It's the linguist of Amazon, right? What's his name?
I don't know if I was. I watched one linguistics.
Daniel Everett.
Okay,
He's the one that spent many years with a tribe in the Amazon,
I did.
the Piraha.
Okay.
It's a very, very interesting, extremely interesting tribe of hunter-gatherers in the Amazon. And this guy went there. It's an interesting story, very interesting, because he went there as a missionary, very, very passionate missionary. And this tribe is completely atheist. They don't have a religion at all. Not even totems and spirits, they have nothing. And he became like them. He embraced their religion, and he became an atheist. But he he got so much into their language. And they speak a very interesting language. It's a very, very big story. The peculiarities of their languages, especially structural ones. But anyway, this language is supposed to have, he discovered that it has no recursion, which is very fundamental in language. And then he became, a big enemy of Noam Chomsky, which is proposing the opposite. And anyway.
It's very interesting, that stuff.
Noam Chomsky's theory of innateness of language is related with what we were saying before. But anyway, he's one feature of this language is that they don't have numbers.
Yeah.
So they don't have numbers. They don't have numbers. They just say one, few, and many. So for them, 3 and 4 and 5, maybe 6, is the same thing. And he was talking to a lady once, he said, and she asked him, so you mean that a mother of this, in this culture, doesn't know how many kids she has? Certainly she knows, but she cannot say it. She doesn't know the number of her kids. She doesn't know the number. She doesn't know. She knows that, but she cannot say it. So she has the concept in her mind. There are 3. The concept of 3 is there, or 4, whatever. But the number is not there. So the idea of 4-ness exists in her mind, but the idea of 4 is not there. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a good example.
You know what's shocking about that example also is like, we get confused. Who's the guy? I don't know his name.
Wittgenstein, maybe.
I read. Oh, I did a few episodes on Wittgenstein. No, there is
because one of his mottos is like, the limits of my language is the limits of my word.
Interesting.
Anyway.
But you know what's interesting? We view language as sometimes even more fundamental than experience without the language. Who's
It comes to Chomsky now.
I know it because I don't remember this guy's name. No, I will put it on the video anyway. Marshall McLuhan. That's the guy's name.
I don't know.
He has what's the book called? I read it recently.
You will put it
friends.
For
Yeah, but it's really interesting, this concept of experience language. It's like, obviously, like, she has 4 kids. You don't need to put it into like words necessarily, in my opinion. I feel like my word doesn't end where my language ability ends.
My what?
My ability, the language.
Say the sentence again because
So my word, I feel it doesn't end.
my word.
My
world.
Yeah, I
Okay.
feel it doesn't end where my language vocabulary ends because
Certainly. It's much bigger, I think.
yeah,
Way
there's
much.
just so much. There's so much more. By the way, the example I was giving you with
The
the pieces of
pieces, yeah.
Scrabble, I think it's a like I'm using it as a bad example, like it's a manipulative example to do to a kid, but it was more so an example to show how much the limits of language. Okay, those 5 letters are not consistent. Language is a really mini, like let's say like a miniature kind of.
Yeah.
But
But I think I think okay, you say you take this language and you give to the kid this big, but I think even this is not a good example because the limits are infinite. So I mean in the way you describe it, just identifying language with thought or with what you are you are your language. I say your thought is your language. It's anyway restricting it. Maybe it comes to the nature and the history of language. I mean, how innate is in us language. I don't know if how much related is this, but I mean the idea of innateness of language, because there are 2 schools of thought, like and even the notion of grammar, like the universal grammar of Chomsky, the idea of that we're born with language inside us, because of course we know that language came about maximum, some people say less than 100,000 years ago. We acquired language. And some people say no, you have to go back to Homo erectus. I mean, this Daniel Everett also worked so much to persuade the world that Homo erectus had a language. So maybe you go 1 million years ago, but you cannot go 2, you cannot go 3, you cannot go 5 anywhere, because then you found the common ancestor with chimps. And we certainly know that they didn't have, because no other species of ape has language. So language might be maximum 1 million years ago. And the question is that, is it enough 1 million years to codify it in our genes and become like a part of like the need of eating or the need of, I mean, it's so innate to us, language, and we have even the grammar structures and the idea of Chomsky, who is a proponent of this idea that is innate. We have an innate universal grammar in us. So language is very much inside us. And he uses the example of, he's calling the poverty of the stimulus. He said that is how to say, is not enough for a kid, just the environment around it, the stimuli, the right way, that it gets from the environment to create a grammar. Grammar is very complicated. How a kid, 2 years old kid, already can acquire a grammaral structure, and he believes that we have it inside us. So 1 million years, let's say, was enough to put the feature of language that we have as an organism inside our DNA. So maybe so much through this, so much close to our thinking, because we don't know other organisms how they think without language at all. I mean, how a cat thinks without having a language. I mean, even human. Can you imagine yourself having no language and thinking? Let's say you grew up alone in the jungle.
That's a good question.
When you're wondering, saying, "What the fuck is this thing?" You're saying it. What the fuck? You are talking to yourself. How would be? It's interesting having no language and being around and wonder about the and thinking and figuring out, solving problems, and without telling them. So I don't know how innate is. I mean, if the innateness of language is related also to the thinking and at the end what is thinking is and what is consciousness. It comes also to this extent. Maybe I mean, maybe you don't need to think to be conscious. I mean, that's the idea of I mean, why plants are conscious? Are they conscious? Okay, organs that have no brain. which means that we infer that they have no mind, but they might have consciousness. So you start from completely blankness, non-consciousness, let's say. So an object we are supposed to be completely blank. There's nothing around it, and then you may have just consciousness. Maybe you have rich consciousness. Plants maybe have very, very rich consciousness without having even thinking. I cannot perceive because I'm somebody who thinks. And of course, without consciousness, I would be nothing, even if I'm thinking. It's also very, 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 very deep. I mean, can you imagine algorithms? Let's go back to algorithms. Algorithms have so rich thinking life, let's call it, but if they have no consciousness, this is going in vain. I mean, ChatGPT is the thinking world of ChatGPT is very rich. Thinks a lot. Always giving answers without consciousness is just blank. It's scaring. I mean, it's a zombie. It's a zombie. So there might be layers. Maybe you have consciousness, then you have thinking, conscious thinking, and then you have language, thinking in terms of language, talking to yourself. So I don't know how innate this was, but certainly, I mean, organisms without language, I can imagine a chimp now, like thinking. Even my dog, my cats, they're thinking. They're but they're not talking to themselves when they're thinking. So I don't know if it's related to your
That's very interesting.
Question, but it comes to also what is consciousness, because if you are thinking, you are not conscious, then there's no difference between saying it in language or saying it. You don't say it at all. You don't have it. You don't experience it. Anyway, it's too far away from Gagauz. Our conversation.
Yeah, we have colleagues in Gagauz to cover.
Yeah.
But yeah, my question is almost related to, but this is also very, very interesting and how it relates to consciousness. And consciousness is also a big topic. I've hosted a lot of people from different views. I have like 15 unpublished episodes. I do one episode every day. I just don't have time to publish them. I'm finishing my exams in a couple of months, and I will like really go deep into growing this podcast. But a lot of them, so I did one on integrated information theory with Dr. Barrett. I did one with Keith Frankish on illusionism.
Really?
It's the first time
He's living in Greece, I think.
Yes, he actually will go to Greece to find him in the summer.
Oh, wow.
Because we had a really good time.
I like his relation with his other friend that is a panpsychist, Philip Goff.
Philip Goff.
And the two of them are very nice together, because they are completely opposite in philosophy of mind, but they're so good friends. There is an episode together, the two of them, that they got a bit drunk.
Yes.
It was Christmas, whatever. You know this episode, and they tried to reverse roles, and the one became
really.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Mate, Keith Frankish is such a nice guy.
They're so nice guy.
I really enjoyed talking.
I'm so against him when it comes to philosophy of mind, but he's so nice guy.
How do you understand? Okay, before we go into that, actually, just to close the linguistic thing, my question was more like, if we perceive God as a he.
Yeah, in terms of language.
Yeah, do we perceive him as a he and then we put it into language, or did we do it by accident, but then over time, because we initially almost randomly put him as a he, now we think of him so strongly as a he? I'm just so curious about that aspect, kind of.
Depends. You in the course of the life of an individual, or in the course of the life of a culture?
Longer.
You found it ready in front of you.
Yeah.
It's a he.
Longer, like in the I don't know if thousands is the right time when it comes to that, but
when it comes to language, it's like maybe hundreds of thousands, because if we have 1 million, okay, let's call it tens of thousands of years, then it's a good time scale. Because language, I mean, a language has no beginning. I mean, because before it was also a language, and before it was also a language, so you cannot say Greek language started in that day. But anyway, it's like tens of thousands of years, like when we call it, I mean, going back. But so the core question is that language came first, or like the chicken and egg kind of example that you said before? I don't. Let's
I think
ponder.
it seems to me that it's a cycle. We have an idea of the world around us, and then as a result, we see it in the language, in the way, like we chose to put he in front of God. But also, I definitely think that there was accidents in. I like kind of it just happened. It could have been either way. Let's say again.
Accidents are very important thing. It's like the mutation.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. It just grew.
accidents in culture,
Yeah.
mimetic process, is like the mutation in a genetic process. It's very, very important. It's accidents and mistakes are very important. This is another problem of schools that they demonize mistakes and errors.
I'm trying to.
It's very important to have accidents.
I want to talk to Firestein.
Anyway.
Yes, this is. I was talking about to be honest too with mistakes and. Okay, before we get into that though,
it's very important. It's like the mutation.
But yeah, like a small thing. Like we could have called God an it or a he, but we decided to call it a he. But now everyone imagines. Okay, not everyone, but
man with beard.
Yeah, and that kind of just developed out of a. Initially, it was a really small.
Let's see it historically. Okay, you imagine humans. They have a language, but they have no religion, so they don't have the need for a God anyway. Let's say they are talking, and then religion came about somehow. I mean, in the way I like the way Daniel Dennett describes it, how religion came about.
How does he describe it?
Hey, you know Daniel Dennett. He
course.
Just died a year ago.
Yeah. Keith Frankis really looks out to Daniel Dennett. He talked to me about him quite a lot, but I don't know.
It's the best to understand memes. If you want to understand
really
memetics, it's yeah. Susan Blackmore and Daniel Dennett. If you want to understand the concept of memes, you have to study this guy. Anyway, of course, I talked about memetics and memes because for him, religion is a meme. It's like language is a meme also for him. It's memetic. It's cultural. Maybe language is not. Maybe language is genetic evolution. It comes again back to our question: if language is genetic or language is memetic. If it's memetic, then we're born without it at all, like cats, like dogs, and we acquire it through memetic processes through others around us. So it might be like religion. I mean, nobody can claim that religion is a genetic thing. Maybe it is.
Yeah. Marco Graziano was talking to me about religion, something really interesting, about belief in God specifically. It's a bit of a... I'm not going to make it justice like he explained it, but his view on consciousness, he has this theory, attention schema theory, and he talks about God specifically. He says... he says the brain has its own internal models, and in the same way another maybe engineering system has an internal model. And so he sees belief in God as, if I'm not mistaken, some kind of really, really strong... I don't know how he explained it exactly, but he feels like it's so fundamentally ingrained in us that it's nearly impossible to ever get rid of. So the same...
but how bad you go? Sorry for interrupt you. How bad you go? I mean, there's a theory or whatever. I remember somewhere hearing it, listening to it. It was a TED talk, whatever. That they're trying to prove that chimps have a kind of religion. That the moments that they go in waterfalls and they are all in awe and in trance and in this kind of moments, and they feel that, it's like trying to discover if they have a kind of proto-religious feelings, chimps. But certainly you cannot go very back in time. You cannot claim that, dogs or further away into evolutionary timing, that they have the need of using the notion of God. Maybe they have, actually. I don't know. What do you think? You go back into evolution
It's
before the
interesting.
Homo sapiens? Or?
It's a good question. I'm not sure, man. And when you, because I was asking Graziano about evolution of consciousness too, and the same when it comes to belief in God and how that evolved. I'm not sure how back you have to go.
But anyway,
Yeah.
let's go back to the linguistic thing.
Yeah.
So you have Homo sapiens, whatever,
Yeah.
talking, but they don't have, let's say, religion. Let's say it's not innate, so much innate, the need of having a God. And then, in the way Daniel Dennett describes, the religion came about. It's, if I go now to this parenthesis, it will be too far to explain his idea of wild. He called wild religions and domesticated religions. It's very interesting, the notion of how he's an atheist. He's a notorious atheist. He's one of the four horsemen of atheism, whatever. But he describes religion in such a mimetic way of how it came about, the first wild religions. And anyway, and let's say that it's not innate, the need of God, and then the notion of God came into our life. And then we had the need to create a word for it. So your question is like, from the very beginning, it came to us a man. So the word we constructed was he. Anyway, there are languages that they don't have sexes, whatever, how you call it. In Turkish, there's no he and he. So God is not he, not a she, because they don't have he and she. So this is for some languages. But okay, let's say for languages that have gender.
Your attacking is very, very good, the way you're thinking about this. Like the fact that you're going really back and you're like, okay, what popped up first? Is like,
yeah, but okay, but the fact that you have language that they don't have even how's the word? I forget the. I use the word sex, but it's not. It's gender. It's not sex. So languages that don't have gender at all, like Turkish. So for them, God is God. It's not a he and a she, because they don't have he and she. But languages that don't have, they do have, let's say, gender. It's the question is like, when it pop up in their the concept of having a God. It was a patriarchal, I guess, society. So God is, of course, like a father. Let's say, like the male. So for us, God is a man because the society created a kind of father, and it got the he. But certainly there are many cultures that God is female, goddess, fertility. Let's say all these. I mean, Middle Eastern cultures, like 10,000 years ago, 20,000. I mean, the proto religions of I mean, the ancient religions of these places, mostly gods are like, they're like goddesses, like fertility. So depends. It depends on what kind of society they are actually. If father is a matriarchal more, or it's an accident, or it's and just had to have a sex and had what else? So I think in this case, and the concept came first, but immediately had to get. I don't know if actually what comes first, the chicken or the egg. In this case,
we have to find some books to read. Okay, so let's go back to Gagauz, and we'll transition from there to politics. What were you going to say about Gagauz? Because you talked to us about your traveling there. You met your wife there, and you explained to us about different dialects and about different historical, how these people came from Greece and went there. Is there anything else we should do? Do you think is interesting to cover?
Because I mentioned, let's just sum it up a little.
Yeah.
So the Gagauz, it's an ethnic group, let's say, that lives now in most of them in Moldova. Quite, I mean, let's say 200,000 in Moldova, 50,000 in Ukraine, roughly, and a few tens of thousands in Greece and Bulgaria. That's it. now.
Mm.
We know for sure, their history go back like 200 years. Before the end of, the beginning of 19th century, we have no idea about them. They don't exist. We don't know them. And they appear in history when they moved from the Balkans to what is now Moldova and Ukraine, which was then transitioning during the Russian-Turkish War of 1806. Okay, beginning of the, let's not frame it so strictly, beginning of the 19th century.
Okay.
1800, let's say. They appeared because they moved from the Balkans to the newly occupied, acquired lands of Russia. They occupied it. I mean, they occupied it from the Ottoman Empire. And because in the past, in this southern Moldova and southwestern Ukraine, there were Tatars living there. Muslim Tatars. Tatars are also linguistically associated with the Turks, and they were allies of the Turks. The Russians, when they occupied this very sensitive edge of their empire, which is next to the Danube Delta, and they emptied. They expelled all the Tatars. They were semi-nomadic warriors associated with the Ottomans anyway there. They expelled them all. So now you have Tatars in Romania because of this. It's unbelievable. You have Tatar villages in Romania. You go in Romania and you find villages that people are like Asians. See, you can't imagine. Very strange. I mean, Tatars, they look like Asians. I mean, even their eyes are like this. And anyway, so it's another parenthesis. Yeah, you don't believe when you see them. People like very much into horses and like Central Asian, but they are in Romania. So they expelled them. Romania at that time was Ottoman Empire. That's why they moved there. And some of them moved somewhere else. Anyway, empty all this southern Moldova and western part of Ukraine, and they invited people from the Balkans to come and settle there. And many came, but especially in that part, the same happened with the whole southern Ukraine. Actually, it's another aspect of the Ukraine problem that nobody stretches now. It's very important. And I also always trying to bring it up that the people of southern Ukraine that now Russia is trying to occupy are settlers. They are not from there. They are settlers of exactly the same time. So this, what I'm describing now, it's applied to the whole northern Black Sea region. And that's the reason why the southern Ukrainians are so much different from the North Ukrainians.
It's a shame we don't have a map.
You can
Yeah.
So southern Ukraine and continuation is southern Moldova. It's a place that until 200 years ago, maximum 250, let's say in the beginning, not more, like middle of the 18th century, 1750. They were inhabited by completely different people, the Tatars. They were expelled by the Russians, and everybody there is settled. And that's why they are so much different than the northern Ukrainians, the real Ukraine, let's say. And that's why they speak Russian now. It's like a lingua franca among them because they're settlers. They're from everywhere. And that's why they are until now so different. And that's why we have the war in Ukraine. We tend to forget that the war in Ukraine is because of this difference between the southern Ukrainians and the northern Ukrainians. In 2014, the president that was expelled by the northern Ukrainians was a southern Ukrainian. Southeastern Ukraine, let's call it, Viktor Yanukovych. And that's how everything started, from this coup d'etat that happened in 2014. So, and now we, of course, the Western propaganda trying to diminish this bicommunal nature of the problem, but the real problem in Ukraine, okay, the invasion is a problem, Russia shouldn't invade, and the war is a problem, but the core problem, and nobody's talking about it, nobody's trying to solve, a part of one guy that is always stretching it, is called, and so you can also podcast him, it's very interesting. His name is
Alex Christopher.
No. It's another guy who's dealing. It's very good scholar of the Ukrainian problem. Nikolai, forgot his name. Anyway, we'll put the name here.
Yeah, please send me because I'm sending a lot of. I want to do more political. The current wars, and I'm sending a lot of emails the last few days. So yeah. definitely.
I don't know how I forgot this guy.
It's okay.
For being so much, I'm getting old. I'm 56 by the way.
You are 1/3 of the way there. Maybe maybe I don't know. Maybe infinite. Maybe there's no way. Let's see how technology.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned. Maybe we'll talk about it after 200 years again. Anyway, so what's his name? Anyway, I think it's the best guy to describe the real core of the Ukrainian problem. That's the bicommunal law. We don't talk about. Okay, this existential threat of Russia by NATO is very important, but the reason that the problem is there is because we have like two kind of communities, and the southern, southeastern one is invisible because they call themselves Ukrainians. So the both groups they call Ukrainians, but they're so different. And the Russian-speaking or Russophiles sometimes call them, but they are not Russians. So you cannot call them minority. So they're invisible. So nobody talks about them. And these guys describe it very well, this problem. How I forgot his name.
No more. If it's the first one is Nikolai, I'm sure I'll find him, or we'll figure. I'll text
I
you.
I will tell you immediately when we finish the podcast. I will remember you. So I'm sure. Anyway, so the same story that happened in the southern Ukraine that everybody's trying to forget now, because they try to present Ukrainians as a unitary, unified, one exactly the same people everywhere, and they are not, and it's a core aspect of the problem. Nobody invites even, they're not even organized. Like in Cyprus, the problem is because of the Turks invaded Cyprus, but now in the discussions, we discuss the people of Cyprus, Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots. In Ukraine, nobody ever mentioned these people, what they really want. We should ask them. Maybe maybe we aim for a federation of Ukraine, Southern, and nobody's talking about it. And it's such an important factor that the people in the Southern Ukraine, they are settlers. They went there 250 years ago, and that's why they're so different than the others. And this is like half of Ukraine. It's not a joke. I mean, almost half. I mean, the whole zone, the whole coastal zone of Ukraine, until I mean, nine oblasts, how you call them? 9 regions of Ukraine are in this category. Without trying to justify the invasion for Russia, but it is a fact. People there are more close to Russia because of this historical.
I think people jump into sides too quickly. Like you say piece of information, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you want people to die," and I'm like, no, it's just
especially me.
We have to like understand objectively the truth. It's not.
It doesn't mean
it's not linked to anything else.
No, for me, the story of my life, the last two years, because with Fidias, I'm next to Fidias as a politician, like from the beginning in the parliament, in the European Parliament, we are trying to advocate this for Ukraine, not because we are in love with Russia, because we are in love with Ukraine. But myself, I'm in love with Ukraine because I was living there 10 years. I mean, Gagauz in Ukraine, I was going back and forth in Ukraine all the time because I was trying to understand these people. So I love Ukraine, especially the southern part, the Russian-speaking part. And I, of course, I hate the war, and I hate the fact that Russia had to invade. Okay, it's not just them; it's the Westerners that trying to make them do this invasion because NATO was trying to organize this invasion almost, but the Russians did it. And I don't forgive Putin that invaded Ukraine, created this war, but I can understand why he did it. Understand doesn't mean that you justify and you are just understand.
The same way I will understand if the US aircrafts came to Cyprus, why Iran would bomb Cyprus. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I understand.
And then you decide.
Yeah.
When you decide things in general in life, you have to understand them. Don't take them ready.
Yeah.
Try as much as possible to understand. But school, again, I want to go against school. School is trying to create the opposite kind of citizens. Just take ready the answers, learn them, give an exam, forget them, whatever, but don't examine. Don't examine the version of the Ukrainian problem we're giving to you. This is the version of the problem. Anyway, let's finish with the Gagauz. So the Gagauz are similar. It's a continuation of the same region. So southern Moldova was inhabited by, and this part of Ukraine next to it, it was inhabited by Tatars. The Russians expelled them because they were allies of the Ottomans. It became empty, and they invited people from the Balkans. And right next door of this region, south and the Dunab Delta, most of the people were Gagauz living there. So the Gagauz moved there, but we know nothing about them before. Just they moved first. The Russians thought that they are Bulgarians, and they were calling them Bulgarians for a century almost. And then they discovered that they are Bulgarians, but they don't speak Bulgarian. They speak Turkish. So these people are Christian, very much like all the other Balkan people, very close to the Greeks, very, very close to the Greeks, closer than the Bulgarians for a reason. Okay, because they were living in the coast, and the coast of the Black Sea, the western coast of the Black Sea is much more Greek. I mean, now they are not Greeks, but historically, until 1800, I mean, until the beginning of the 19th century, the whole coast was culturally much more Greek than Bulgaria. So these people were like more kind of like these Turkish-speaking Greeks I talked before of the Caucasus that they are now living in my school. It's a very similar story. So they moved there as Bulgarians, let's say, and then it came about that they are not exactly Bulgarians. They developed a Gagauz identity it's very complicated to explain, and then Soviet Union came about. They were knowing that they are Gagauz, whereas the other state back in the Balkans, in Greece and Bulgaria, they acquired the Christian identities of the nations living among them. So the Gagauz, which Gagauz is Turkish-speaking Christians, Orthodox. This is what Gagauz are. So these Turkish-speaking Orthodox in Greece, they have now Greek identity. They still speak their dialects. I'm visiting them often. In Greece, they still have people that speak in this dialect. They are Greeks, but at home they speak this Turkish dialect. In Bulgaria, the same. Northeastern Greeks, Greece and northeastern Bulgaria. You have these two groups of the Balkans. And then you have the Gagauz in Moldova and Ukraine that they feel that they are Gagauz. They don't say we're Greeks, they don't say they are Turks. So they ended up in these two countries in the south of Moldova. In Ukraine, there were very few. They couldn't do anything political after Perestroika, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. But in Moldova, because, I mean, 1990s now, we are exactly the breakup of the Soviet Union, the Moldovans who are Romanian-speaking people, they started talking about unification with Romania and going towards the West and the European Union and NATO and whatever other things. The Gagauz are very Russophile, and they didn't want this, so they said, no, we're Gagauz, and they created a state in that time. It was a like a non-recognized state, Gagauzia, lasted until 1994. Then they agreed, they had negotiation with Moldova, and they agreed in an autonomy. There's another region, the Transnistria, maybe people are familiar with Transnistria. They had the same problem. They were also Russophile, but the problem is unsolved until now. So you have a pseudo state, an unrecognized state in Moldova, which is known by many people Transnistria in the east. It's an eastern like stripe of land. And you have also Gagauzia, that until 1994 it was self-declared independent country, and now they are autonomous. But it's like a country. It's called Gagauzia. They have the president, their flag, their hymn, their parliament, but it's part of Moldova. It's in a weird kind, in a peculiar constitutional way. It's like the closest is like maybe Catalonia in Spain. It's not a federation. Actually, they talk about federation because there are discussions about federation between to solve the Transnistrian problem, and the Gagauz maybe will become the third federal part of Ukraine, of Moldova, if they solve the problem in a federal way. Anyway, so I ended up there in the course of my life, and I was fascinated by the dialect of Turkish, being in love with dialects, but also the fact that they were Christian, Orthodox, praying in the church in Turkish, it's very weird to say to see somebody saying Ayos Allah, Ayos Kuvetli, Ayos Olympius Khair Labisi. Ayos Allah. Ayos is a Greek word. Allah. So this
Wow.
yeah, or when they get upset, they say Allah and Panayam. They say Panaya is in Greek mother of God.
Yeah, I think this specific thing is much more shocking if you're from Cyprus.
yeah. Say Allah and Panaya.
Yeah.
Help me.
Wow.
They still say I'm also saying Allah and Panaya when I'm getting upset.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
It breaks down completely your life.
Yeah. So I was amazed.
Yeah.
Even in church, I mean, they pray. I mean, they say the prayers that I'm used to in Greek in Turkish. Greek Cypriot, having the Turks as the most evil thing. So in Turkish language is a hated language, and then there you go, and then you see them praying in church in Turkish, and then Ayos Allah, which is like Ayos o Theos. And anyway, so I was hooked with these peculiarities, and so I found immediately understood how close they are to us. I mean, these people, I said, they are Balkans. I mean, they're like us. They're so close to us. So I was amazed, and I stayed there, and I spent 7-8 years with them. And I was involved with the political aspect because it's weird. I mean, the situation there. These people are certainly Russophile. I mean, what they want is preserving their Russianness, actually, not Gagauzness. Because there is, in Moldova, you have an official language with just one, Romania. This is the official language of Moldova. They don't want to learn. They want to be close to Russia and use the Russian language. They have Russian schools now. Okay, it's not like Ukraine. Moldova is more liberal. In Ukraine, you are not allowed to have Russian schools. You are not allowed to even think in Russian. I mean, we're talking about Zelensky, and we say Zelensky is the god of liberty and the god of freedom, and he's much more a dictator than Putin. It's 100% sure. So in Ukraine, you are not allowed not to study your mother tongue, Russian, not even use it. Not even. I mean, people are afraid even to talk in Russian. I mean, they talk because in the south they don't know another language. Many people, but Moldova is more liberal. So if a community decide to have a Russian school, they have a Russian school. So the Gagauz in Moldova decide to have Russian school. You ask why not Turkish or Gagauz schools? They don't care so much. They have Gagauz. Gagauz is now a semi-literary language. They have their alphabet. They have a rudimentary, let's say, literature. They have like 100 books. 2-3 of them are written by me.
Yeah, I was asking.
I'm a Gagauz intellectual. I'm part of the Gagauz intelligentsia. Anyway.
I heard somewhere you wrote a few books on this. Maybe this was from Ioannis' podcast. I don't remember.
Anyway, I mean, Ioannis talked about my books in Gagauz.
Oh no, I think you were talking to him about
my podcast.
Yeah, in your podcast.
Yeah. Anyways, but they use Russian. I mean, in everyday life, and even they don't talk to their kids in Gagauz anymore. I mean, the son of my brother-in-law is one of the very, very few kids in the village that they speak Gagauz. They talk to him in Russian at home. So this guy had to learn Gagauz to communicate with my daughters. Because my daughters speak only Gagauz, but they don't speak Russian. And because this guy is in love with my daughters. They are like his older sisters. So they're very close. I mean, he's like now like 10 and they are like 16, 17, 19, my older one. So they are very close to each other. And he speaks Gagauz only when we go there. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak Gagauz. And no other child speaks Gagauz. They speak Russian. They don't even learn the language of the country. So it's very weird. Anyway, so they are losing this Gagauz language. They are very Russophile. And they wanted to split from Moldova because of this, actually. They wanted to preserve their Russianness, not their Gagauzness so much. And then Turkey stepped in. Turkey poured a lot of money, millions of dollars. This was the currency of Moldova when I went there, the most important. Anyway, until now, I think. And tried to persuade them that they are Turks. And I also appeared at that moment when Turkey was trying to make them Turks. And when I saw that these people are not Turks, they are Balkans, they are my brothers. I got like a bit of like a Balkan nationalist. And I
Mm.
said, no, this shouldn't happen because they are not Turks.
Mm.
And they try to alter their identity. They try to persuade them that they're Turks. So I got involved in this process,
Mm.
in the process of these people finding their identity, their ethnic identity.
Mm.
So I was like a leading figure as a Gagauz intellectual
Mm.
in the paradigm, in the group of intellectuals that were trying to advocate. Actually, I was kind of the founder of this school, let's say,
Mm.
more because I went there as a Balkan person. I knew for sure they don't know so much their culture because they left Balkans like 200 years ago. They lived throughout until the Soviet Union. They lost their contact with Balkans. And they thought that they are just a Turkic nation, like the Uzbek, the Tatar, the Kyrgyz, the Kazakh. And I was trying to persuade them, no, you just speak Turkish, but your history, your culture, will understand your culture by comparing with Bulgarians and Greeks, not the people of Siberia and the Kazakh and the Kyrgyz and Tatar. They are very different languages. That's what my school of thought there. And like I was working very much with the Gagauz of Greece and partially of Bulgaria to try to persuade them that no, guys, your histories and your identity, if you want to create a separate national identity that you're trying, you will not find them in Central Asia. You will find it in the Balkans. That was my role there. And the Turks and some intellectuals paid by the Turks, it was the other kind of our opponents. So I was kind of a figure in this part of the intelligentsia of the Gagauz that tries to associate them with the Balkans and not with the Turkish world, with Turkey and the Turkic world. Because Turkey is very much active, especially in that time, to unify all these Turkic nations, like the Uzbeks, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, many republics of Russia, like Tatarstan, like Bashkortostan, and people don't know them so much, but Turkey is very, very active to bring these people together. And Gagauz was a part of it. It's called Pan-Turkism. So I was opposing Pan-Turkism. I was opposing the Turkish propaganda in this region. That's what I was doing there.
Interesting.
So that's why, to finish with my languages, the other language I speak is Russian in my mind. And when you speak Gagauz, you always code shift. The people, they speak Russian Gagauz all the time. So I have also Russian in my mind. I also have Bulgarian. I speak a bit of Bulgarian because it resembles Russian, and because I travel a lot in Bulgaria because of the Gagauz. So I have Bulgarian students that I'm trying to speak in Bulgarian. I have Romanian students. I also speak a bit of Romanian because living in Moldova, I also learn a bit of Romanian. And because in Cyprus, there are many Bulgarians and many Romanians. I have many students, Bulgarians, and they come as like seasonal workers, but they stay, many of them. So because I love languages, I try to speak Romanian every day with my Romanian students. I try to speak Bulgarian. I try to speak Russian with my Russian-speaking students. Anyway, I have many languages in my mind. That's why English is not coming natural to me. Let's close this. Let's go back to politics of Cyprus. I think it's enough for Gagauzia, isn't it?
It was very interesting. Right? It took me to a journey. Yes, we should get into politics. Yesterday, I was talking to Kwame Appiah yesterday night.
Okay.
So he has a very interesting background. His parents, one is from the UK, the other one is from Ghana. And he was talking to me. He's a philosopher and he works in law and philosophy.
But he's living
in New York. In New York.
Uh-huh.
He lives
So,
in
so
New
he's
York.
a son of immigrants from Ghana.
Yes, such an interesting background. His dad was like prisoner during the independence of Ghana. Very, very interesting story. But we talked a lot about social identity, racism, ethnicity, trying to define these terms, cultural cosmopolitanism, some really interesting things. The reason I'm mentioning it is because you mentioned ethnic identity. And I wonder, I don't know if I'm shooting myself on the foot here because I want to leave time for at least a little bit of what's going on in Cyprus when it comes to politics. But I can't not ask.
It's very much related to Cyprus.
Yeah, I cannot.
Ethnic identity, the notion of ethnic identity, actually.
Hopefully, we can use that as a transition too. But I cannot not ask you. I really want to ask, why is it important, let's say in this case, for people to have an ethnic identity? What's the good aspects of having a strong ethnic identity? What's the bad aspects of having a strong ethnic identity?
There is a Gagauz poet, I forgot his name. He died just a year before I arrived in Gagauz. I arrived in Gagauzia like in the last years of the 90s, like 1997, whatever. I arrived there. And he died, I forgot his name.
I'll find it.
Yeah. And one of his verses is Gagauzum yadane. Gagauzum yadane in Gagauz means I am Gagauz. Otherwise what? So he was trying to explain why they are craving to understand who they are. Because we're living among, Moldovans, they know who they are. They are Bulgarian villages.
How did they arrive?
Around the Gagauzia. When I say settlers came from the Balkans, many Bulgarians also came with it. And they know they're Bulgarians. The Moldovans, they know they're Moldovans. Some of them, they say they're Romanians. The Ukrainians that they live also next door. They're also Ukrainian villages in southern Moldova. They are Ukrainians. Everybody's something. Okay, in Greece and Bulgaria, they got the national identities of the Christians around them. So in Greece, they're perfectly happy being Greeks. For them, it's like an ethnic identity being Gagauz, and it's there. In Greece, because I spend a lot of time, especially with Gagauz in Greece and less among Gagauz in Bulgaria. It is there, the aspect. They feel that there's something different because it's a kind of demonized. You have this problem in the Balkans very much when an ethnic group is speaking in another language, especially in an enemy language. And in Greece, you have this problem with the Slavophones and with the Turkophones. The Turkish speakers and the Slavic speakers. Because the Slavic speakers, they speak varieties of Macedonian. I don't know if I'm allowed to call it Macedonia. We call it Skopje in Greek. The name of the country is solved. We call it Northern Macedonia. But we are stupid enough to think that it's enough. And we don't consider that everybody is calling the language Macedonian, the cuisine Macedonian, the songs Macedonian, the people Macedonians. So I don't know if I'm politically correct to call the language Macedonian or Northern Macedonian. I don't know what is according to the agreement of Tsipras, what is should be the name of the language? Should be called Northern Macedonian. Then what is the Southern Macedonian? Then Southern Macedonian is Greek, or the Macedonian dialects, Slavic dialects spoken in Northern Greece. Anyway, it's weird, interesting detail of the Balkans. But Balkan is a salad.
It's very interesting. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, Quinn was telling me yesterday, the professor I podcasted too, this distinction between, name the country, whether you have your passports and it says you are from here, but you have to deeper into like the culture, the songs, this and that, and even smaller things. Like he was giving me examples like, well, the shop, usually in one country it closes on Sundays, in another country it closes on Saturdays, like even small things.
Part of culture.
Anyway, sorry, that was a small parenthesis, but
but about the ethnic identity, it's interesting. For example, in Greece, you have regional identities. So you can call them kind of ethnic identity. You have the Saragatsani. You have many groups. Saragatsani is like they're Greek-speaking Orthodox group, but they have a different kind of life. They were semi-nomadic, and they still preserve their identity. There are many, like tens of this kind of small identities in the Balkans. But Saragatsani, this group, there are much more groups. Okay, let's not talk about others. The Garangunides, there are the Galazovragides. Anyway, there are many. But Saragatsani is the most common. That they have their own ethnic identity. They are different because they had different lifestyle. They were semi-nomadic pastoralists. But they're Greek speakers, so they don't have any problem. They can sing their songs. They can. They recite their fairy tales. But some of them are unlucky enough to have as a mother tongue a different one. And in Greece, you have many. You have like the Arvanites of the southern Greek around Athens, that they speak Albanian dialects. You have Slavic speakers, you have the Vlachi, who speaks Romanian. I mean, Central Greece, they speak Romanian kind of dialects, or closer to Romanian. Let's say they're not Greek, certainly, in their language. You have also Turkish speakers, like the ones that I mentioned, the Gagauz, but also you have many that they came in 1920s from Greece with the exchange of populations. And they are kind of demonized identities, because when you say I'm Gagauz, immediately it's like you declare that you are connected to the Turkish language, which is the language of the enemy.
Right.
Also, this Macedonian kind of speaking, Slavic speaking, so speakers of northern Greece, they are afraid because they might be associated with the enemy, the Macedonians. They have even a political party in Greece. I don't know if it still exists. It's called Rainbow, the Uranian Doxo. It's a political party representing the political. Okay, not many people follow it, but the Slavic speakers of Greece, some of them created this party, and they say we're not Greeks, we're Macedonian, but in a national identity terms, not in an ethnic identity. So people are afraid of it because the Slavic speakers of Greece, they feel that they are Greeks. And historically, throughout even during the Macedonian struggle and the Balkan Wars, they were speaking Slavic languages, Bulgarian, whatever, Macedonian, but they have had very strong Greek ethnic identity. So no national identity until now. All these groups, the allolingual ethnic groups of Greece, they have their ethnic kind of identity, but they cannot express it because it's expressed in a language of an enemy. Especially the Gagauz, they have this problem because all their songs, all their fairy tales, all their culture, everything is codified in an enemy language, and it's not Turkish. I mean, it's Greek culture, it's Balkan culture. It's Balkan culture that we allow it to die. And I was very passionate about this also. When I was into the Gagauz of Moldova, I was very much involved in the Gagauz culture of Greece very much. I was very, very sad and frustrated that we are losing a part of our Greek culture which is codified in another language. So when they are losing their songs, their fairy tales, all this richness, because of the demonization of their language, and these people, they don't like the text. They never say their text. They say they're good, but everything, all their culture is demonized and is deemed to die, and they have to be ashamed of their peculiarity. It's very strong in the town of Orestiada. If you go there, it's strong. You see it. I mean, because Orestiada, people in the coast, they speak Greek, but all around the suburbs, they speak Gagauz. In the town of Orestiada. And there are some of them are like strongholds. You go there and you listen to Gagauz. I mean, everybody over 60, they speak in Turkish, in Gagauz. And now there is a movement of young people that they're saying, no, we will sing our songs because it's Greek culture. They feel that it's Bali, it's not Turkish. So what's wrong? Because it's codified in another language? We shouldn't lose it. And you have this movement, not so much in the Slavic speakers, because they are very much afraid to express. It's very politicized there. The Vlach speakers, the Arvanides, I don't think they have problem, but there are movements now in the Balkans. And even in Turkey, you have the reverse. I mean, the Pomaks in Turkey, they are Bulgarian-speaking Muslims that moved to Turkey. They also there are also many groups like that. Even there are Greek speakers in Turkey. There are many Greek-speaking Muslims living in Turkey from Crete and from the Balkans. You have villages in Turkey that they speak Greek, varieties of Greek. And you have also, very interesting to connect, it's a very interesting story, analogy. You have also in Cyprus. You have in Cyprus Greek-speaking Muslims.
You know, the guy yesterday, he's quite knowledgeable about the Cyprus problem. Not, I don't know how, to what extent, but he asked me, where are you from? And then he's like, oh, yeah, you have this divide and blah, blah, blah. And what do you call it?
Lino Pambaj.
Yes. And are they Pagos, what's the word? Where you are like
Linobamba was the etymology. You mean?
no, there's like a word where you're like Muslim, but you're also like Christian.
Okay, let's.
I don't remember the word.
We're going far away.
He was explaining.
Anyway, at least we're in Cyprus. So
Yeah.
we're closing.
Yeah.
We're reaching to our goal.
Right.
So, okay, in Cyprus you have the Turkish Cypriots. Most of them were until the, let's say, 50s, until the independence, Turkish speakers, Turkish speaking Muslims, but quite a few of them, like maybe 20-30% of them, they were Greek speakers. So they were speaking Cyprus dialect, Greek dialect at home. I mean, and you still have some. I mean, I met some such people. That I even met people that speak no Turkish. Maybe nobody is still alive until now, but you can find very, very old ladies maybe until now. I certainly witness it, that they speak no Turkish. They are living now in occupied part of Cyprus. But anyway, so you have these Greek-speaking Muslims in Cyprus, and there are two kinds. Some of them are real just Muslims that they speak Greek at home. Some of them they also have a religious peculiarity, and this is at the Linobambaji. So not every Greek-speaking Turkish Cypriot is Linobambagos. There are some villages in Paphos or in Carpathia region, like Galinoporni, and many villages in Paphos, that they were certainly Greek speakers, but they were just Muslims. Some villages, Lurugina next to Dali in the center of Cyprus, and many in the western part in Tiliria, the most famous, they were okay. They seemed to be Greek-speaking Muslims, but they were not exactly Muslims. They kept both religions. It was a syncretistic kind of societies. The Linobambaji. They were like, they had their religious life openly during the Ottoman times, until the British came, until 1878, when the British came. They were kind of, they had a culture with common elements, with both elements of Christianity and Islam. They were openly Muslims, but secretly more towards Christians. They were secretly baptized their children. They were secretly going to church. And maybe they are still very, very old people that they have double names. I think they die, the last one. But until the 50s, there were some of them, many of them, secretly baptized. So Linobambagos is from the word lino, which is a material making clothes, and cotton, bamvagi. So you have, like, they're both. Like they're both. It's like a piece of cloth that is made by two elements, by two kind of material. Let's say that's why they call Linobambaji. And okay, this culture is now almost extinct because now they are becoming like proper Turks. If you go to their villages, okay, they still speak Greek. Some. I mean, you can hear them speaking among themselves in Greek, the old people. But it's dying. Like, because why is dying? Because exactly for the opposite reason of the Gagauz of Greece, because they have now they have the language of the enemy. So in the case of Gagauz, is the language of the enemy is Turkish. Now the language of the enemy is Greek. So when they speak in Greek, even when during the 60s, when the Turkish officers came illegally to Cyprus to organize them into a resistance against us, you know, the unrest in Cyprus, the ethnic unrest during the 60s.
I think it's good to explain
63, 64. Anyway, what I mean, if I explain also this, will go. But anyways, these were in Cyprus. So officers from Turkey came to Greece to organize them. And when they found this picture, I mean, they went to a village to organize the Turks against the Greek Cypriots, and everyone was speaking in Greek, and they were furious about it. And they imposed even the Niyazi Kizilurek was telling me an example. This say Turkish Cypriot intellectual is well known in Cyprus. that is living in the south, and he was telling me an example. He was living in this village of Lurugina, which is it was a stronghold of this Lino Bambaji, and everybody was speaking in Greek. They knew no other language in that time. So the Turkish officers were furious. Hey, we came here to liberate you, to help you against the Greek Cypriots. You all speaking this language. I mean, come on, speaking Turkish. You are not allowed to speak anymore in Greek. Forget it. Everybody must speak in Turkish, and many of them couldn't speak. So after this day, as he was telling, after this day that they imposed, because they had enclaves, so they were like self-organized. After 63, 64, the Turkish Cypriots in Cyprus organized themselves into enclaves, and the Cyprus government couldn't impose their rule in these enclaves. They were like self-governed, and they were governed mostly by these Turkish officers. And the Turkish officers said in that enclave of Lurugina, said, no, you are not allowed anymore. What they were also not appreciating the fact that they couldn't understand around them. So they know everybody had to speak Turkish. Most of them couldn't. So as he was saying, after this day, you would enter the coffee shop and nobody was talking. They were like watching each other. They were afraid to talk because they couldn't speak in other language. And some of them like speaking but scared, but they were scared, but they were speaking, let's say. Okay. And it was one moment they were talking to each other, and the officer entered the coffee shop, and somebody didn't notice. He said, why are you speaking? And they even imposed like a penalty. You had to pay every word you say, you have to pay some money. This happened also in Greece, actually, with the Slavic speakers. It was during the 40s, the 30s, the Metaxas government, dictator government, imposed to them also a fine. When they speak in Slavic, they had to pay. Anyway, it's another interesting story I can tell you. I learned in Macedonia, in Northern Macedonia, about this. It's an anecdote, actually, also related to the ethnic identity. I can tell you about this story. It's interesting. It's an experience of mine in Northern Macedonia. Anyway, let's go back to this case. So
it's very interesting.
He listened to the two guys from Lurugina speaking in Greek, and he said, "Hey, you have to pay fine." And somebody was very like the joker of the village stood up and said, "No, they are speaking in French. It's not." He wanted to. I mean, he wanted to criticize this policy. Say, no, they are speaking in French. They studied. I mean, okay. Greek Cypriot farm, Turkish Cypriot farmers, impossible to speak in French, but he wanted to ridiculize a bit this policy and say, no, this is not Greek, my friend. This is French because they studied in France. So they speak in French, which was ridiculous because it's possible.
It goes to show with ethnic identity, it's like culture and, the things you like, the bedtime stories you read and the beautiful songs and all these are important things to like conserve and maintain for sure. And I think they are beautiful things, 100%. But at the same time, I think there is a turning point where if you take it a little bit too seriously,
no, then it becomes weird nationalism.
You end up with
very conservative
example, which is like like an example ridiculizing the French.
Because there is a turning point. You become then conservative. Then you hate everything new.
Yeah, you have to see.
Then you demonize speaking in English, then you have to be careful. Then you become a nationalist. Then you become. Let me tell you the story about
of course.
The reverse example. When I was in Macedonia, in Northern Macedonia, Skopje, if you want to be more politically correct in Greece now, but officially it's Northern Macedonia, so we can use this term. I lived. I discovered that almost in every town there is a region. There is a quarter of the town in North Macedonia, in Skopje, let's say, or other towns, called Aegeitsi, which means from the Aegean. Aegeans. They will call them Aegeans. And these people were refugees from the Greek part of Macedonia, around Thessaloniki, that moved there during the civil war in Greece, late 40s. And because when I travel like very low budget, like a beggar. I was traveling like that because I wanted to learn a lot, and it was always obviously cheaper. So when I was traveling, I was living in the houses of people, like invited, living with them. So I discovered that when you travel in this country, you go in a town, you ask where is the gates. They send you in a quarter of the town of refugees refugees from the 40s, 50s, whatever, and they live all together and they speak Greek. Some of it. And they're welcome. And I could communicate because in that time I couldn't speak very well Slavic. After I learned Russian and I learned also some Slavic other. I can speak a bit Bulgarian, which is very close to Macedonian. If I go now, I can communicate better. But in that time, I didn't know so well. So it was very good for me because there I could communicate. People welcome me. They love to speak in Greek. So I live with them. So I travel living among Aegeiti, among Aegeans, as they call it, from the Aegean part of Macedonia, historical Macedonia. And it was, for me, it was frustrating. It was unbelievable because some of these people, they were so strong Macedonian nationalists, and they could speak, all people, they would speak perfectly Greek. And even, official Greek that they learned at school during the 40s. So they would I had conversation with them, political conversation, like they would speak perfect Greek, perfectly. All people that they hated Greece like crazy. They would tell me, I would shit on your fucking bloody language. I hate your language. They were telling to me, I hate your dog language. I heard it from somebody speaking much better Greek than me. And they look like Greeks, exactly like one old man from Greece, because they suffered, because they were not allowed to talk to the language, but they were from this part of these people that they had Macedonian identity. They moved during the civil war in Macedonia, whatever, North Macedonia, they stayed there, and they still had these impressions. And they would tell me an anecdote that it was a guy in Greek part of Macedonia, a Slavic speaking guy. And when Macedonia became part of Greece after 1912, policemen came from the southern Greece, from Peloponnese, from Crete, that they couldn't understand why these people don't speak in Greek. They ridiculize them, they demonize them. And in the 30s, during Metaxas time, they also did the same like the Turks did to the Greek-speaking Turkish Cypriots. They also imposed a penalty. You had to pay penalty. Every Slavic word you would say, you would pay penalty. So it was one incident, they were telling me. It was the Slavic-speaking guy there on the horse. Going with the donkey. He was dragging the donkey. So the policeman from southern Greece came and starting talking to him. The guy was trying to talk to him in Greek, any Greek he had, but the donkey keep on going. The donkey keep on going at home because it was used, and he told to the guy, "Stop the donkey! Where the donkey is going alone in the village? Stop the donkey!" And the guy was silent. So I was telling him, "I order you now, stop the donkey." The guy would remain silent. Why would he remain silent? Because the donkey understood only Slavic. In one moment, he didn't know. To disobey in linguistic terms was disobeying the order. And one moment he said, "Stop! Stop!" And then the policeman laughed and said, "Even the donkey speaks this bloody language here." This is the anecdote they're talking. Even the donkey speaks this weird language here. And then it was like a funny incident, but it was real. They told me this incident was like. So this is a sad thing about the ethnic identities. Can we have a break to see? My doctor send me.
Of course.
I have to pee also.
Yeah, sure, of course.
I don't know if these things are very interesting.
I find it very interesting.
Because I travel a lot, and Balkans I'm in love with the Balkans. Balkan is so interesting in terms of ethnic identities and ethno-linguistics. It's so rich. I fell in love with the Balkans. That's why I stopped traveling all over the world, and then I discovered the Gagauz, because they're so Balkan. And Balkan is.
This guy Yates, I'm reading his book. I don't remember the name of the book. Unless you finished it. The Mind Illuminated, that's the name. He says, you're focused on your breath, but you also have, and this really helped me because I always thought I was failing, but you also have peripheral awareness and you also have introspective awareness.
Okay.
So you focus on your breath, but you are also aware of what's happening around you. Because if you zoom too much in your breath, that's not necessarily beneficial.
Yeah, you should have
Because
found
there's
the
maybe a lion coming
sweet
towards you.
spot, like,
Yeah. So you have to kind of understand the noise around you too. And also you need introspective awareness. So, well, your mind is going to go away from what you're focusing because you're not,
yeah.
well, you're not an enlightened being and super, whatever. You have
You
this
can't,
perfect concentration.
Yeah.
So you also have the introspective awareness when your mind goes away to be able to have that like self-monitoring of, okay, I also am kind of aware of that situation to bring it up. And when he explained it as like this system, I'm like, okay, so when I'm meditating, maybe I'm not failing as much as I thought.
Yeah.
Because in my head, previously, I thought if anything else is in my like consciousness besides my breath, I'm failing. But now it's like, no, it's more so if I can constantly maintain attention on my breath, and it's okay if there's other things in the background that I'm aware of,
Yeah.
then good. And when I started thinking of it like that, it made more sense. Anyway, this is small parenthesis because
I'm craving. I mean, I'm desperate to talk about this subject because now my life is just politics. And I also lost my best companion to this journey, Phidias, because now Phidias is just a politician. And before we became politicians, Phidias became politician. With Phidias we were talking always about these things, about consciousness, about the free will problem, mind-body problem, evolution, and now I feel so. I'm appreciating so much our conversation because with everybody, even with Yannis, Ioannis, I know that we're doing politics more closer now. We are talking about all these subjects. Now we're just politics. So I that's why maybe in this conversation I derailed
maybe
so much because I missed it so much. Before it was my life with Phidias. We spent it with Phidias like millions of hours talking about these things. So I mean, this was our favorite endeavor. We were not dealing with politics that time. We were like trying to understand the universe. I mean, this was the topic, our topic. That's how we started his podcast channel, actually. That's why we invited all these diverse.
And this is why I started this podcast, because I was in my room by myself, just reading stuff.
We're talking about the English-speaking podcast.
Yeah.
People to understand.
And when I say reading, I mean listening, because I'm really bad at reading.
Yeah.
Although recently I'm a little bit better at reading, but usually I'm really bad. This is why I was alone. I'm like, I might as well talk to these people. In fact, the first few episodes I did with my neuroscience friend, Quinn.
That's how you thought to start the podcast channel?
Yeah. I'm like, I might as well talk to them. I have a lot of questions to ask them. I don't understand. I ask ChatGPT, it gives me generic answers sometimes. Yeah, so this is why I started this channel too.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. And also, paradoxically, medicine is going, well, because I'm starting to be a doctor, is going better now with this podcast. And I don't understand why, but I think it's because, well, I'm learning how to listen more. I'm learning how to give people the benefit of the doubt more, because sometimes I hear the lecturer say something I don't understand. I'm like, I don't understand. Leave me alone. But now I'm like, okay, I'm going to focus on this guy and I'm going to let him lay out his arguments. It might take an hour, but so that I'm developing that skill.
It's an example of Kenneth Stanley idea, because the idea is like to become a good student. There is an algorithm you have to follow. There is some things to follow, but certainly to become a good student of medicine, one of the instructions is not to start a podcast.
Yeah.
So this is what he's trying to say, actually.
Yes.
Kenneth Stanley, that if you live open-endedness around you, and you you had the curiosity to start a podcast without knowing that this will lead you to become a better student.
No clue.
Because you left it open. If you were like strict, like the paradigm that, the opposite paradigm that Kenneth Stanley does not suggest that we have to follow in our lives, because this book is like a self-help book also, because it's trying to tell us how to conduct our lives. So if you are strict, you would say, when you start having these feelings towards podcasting, you would say, no, I want to become a doctor. Let's focus on this path. not to diverse our thought towards weird stuff like podcast channels, but you left yourself like free and open to your curiosity and to the interestingness around you, as a Homo sapiens should do. And it took you through podcast to become back in good student. That's what the message of Kenneth Stanley, actually. And it's a good example also of Phidias, to go back to Cyprus politics.
Oh, Phidias, I mean, is a great example of how things that seem unrelated to each other eventually come and link and will help you.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't recommend to a guy like 5 years ago, a 20 years old guy, if you want to become a politician, start doing crazy prank videos with Eric or with Mr. Beast, and it's the best way to become a politician. Nobody would even think about it. So this is a message of Kenneth Stanley.
I think it's
Kenneth Stanley is so underrated, intellectual man.
Yeah,
so underrated. His message is unbelievable. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, 100%. And in general, I think that the idea of trial and error, the sooner you implement it into your life, but it's important with trial and error. It's not I trial things and there's a reflection process. You trial something, you make mistakes, you have to reflect, and then you come back and you try other things, and you do this. The sooner you implement this to your life,
this what you, sorry for interrupting.
That's fine.
It cannot be wrong what you describe, because evolution itself, which is the creator of everything around us, works just with this way, with trial and error.
Yes.
I stress the word error, because I live in an environment half of my life that is forbidden. Our educational system is just demonizing error. Can't imagine if you go back like 3 billion years, I don't know when life started on it, and prohibit from evolution to based on errors, we would still be amoebas now. I mean, all these varieties you see around you of life, all of these varieties, they are all life forms, millions, billions, they are all answers to just one simple question: how to replicate myself? I mean, the gene. I mean, how to take a molecule that replicates itself in a better way. It's unbelievable. All this richness, variety of life forms that we have around us, plants, animals, insects, flowers, they are all answers to just one question: how this molecule will replicate better itself. And the way it came out, these billions of answers, is because it allowed itself. I speak for evolution like an agent, but I cannot escape it. Maybe it's God anyway for me, but allow error be an integral part of the process. Because mutation, without mutation, you don't have evolution, you don't have biology. Mutation is a mistake in replication. It's a mistake in replication. And mistakes that students do, and we demonize them, are just a part of the process of learning. For me, it's like I was saying sometimes that I value more a student that is doing interesting mistakes, that boring, I mean, an interesting wrong answer should get more credit than a boring right one.
Can lead you to other things.
You know how many times, sometimes I have students, they came unprepared in an exam, they try to come up with solutions, to come up with their own ways. You see, sometimes like you have like quadratic equation, they need to solve the problem in physics that needs quadratic equation. They don't know it, and they try to. One time I saw it was a paper with. I took the paper. It had some tables with numbers.
To tell people you are a teacher.
Yeah, I am a teacher of physics.
Yes, say this.
Yeah, I'm always talking about school. Yeah, I'm a teacher.
Actually, you did mention you're a teacher. Yeah, physics teacher. Yes,
physics teacher. I'm a physics teacher. So it was a guy that's a very bad student that was trying to solve a quadratic equation, actually, because it was a problem of which requires a quadratic equation in motion movement, like mechanics. And because he didn't know it, he was trying to figure it out in a way trying to invent it. like trying to invent maybe, I mean, what our ancestors invented. He came up with the wrong answer. But because he had plenty of time, he found an interesting question in front of him. He's trying to solve it. It was like weird, almost got it actually. And I thought,
wow,
how I cannot put a perfect mark to I mean, it was just one exercise. He was self-right. So he would get like, out of 20, he would get like 3. If it was like a 5, like let's say it was 3 marks, I could maximum give 1 or 2. So 2 out of 20 is nothing. It's like failed. And I said, no, I have to give 20. Now this is perfect. This guy is perfect. I mean, he's a scientist. And I couldn't evaluate it because it was restricted in this. I mean, you see sometimes things like that and you say, man, this is wrong what I do. So mistake is the way error, like trial and error. The most important thing is not trial, is error. Error is very good, and we demonize in our culture in general. Without trial and error, you don't progress. So even in our life, to come back to your what you were saying before, we have to embrace it. I mean, let us try, and with trial and error, you ended up becoming a better student, and your goal was not to become a better student going to podcasting. And it's like Phidias. I mean, nobody would advise somebody to go to politics. First, you have to do pranks. The pranks took him into politics. So it's a good message of Kenneth Stanley to keep open-endedness around you.
I was talking to James York. He coined chaos in maths. He's a pioneer in chaos theory, and he's really passionate about education. And it's funny because he's like 85 years old. Well, not funny, maybe inspiring. Because he's so passionate about AI and education, and he goes to the gym 3 times a week. He's like 60, but he's 85. It's so weird.
Okay.
But a few things he said about education that have really stuck with me. But one is, he was talking a lot about Maxwell and Einstein, and he was talking a lot about when he was younger and was trying to understand, and at the present, but he mentioned an example in the podcast about when he was younger. If you really want to understand something well, let's say whatever it might be, the Pythagoras theorem or whatever, you want to understand the proof of something in mathematics. You have tried to come up with it yourself.
The best way to understand something.
And also I was talking about it with my dad when I was like a kid. Me and my dad used to like solve Rubik's cubes, and we used to watch these YouTube videos, and we used to figure it out. And we were talking about it the other day, and we were like, what a stupid thing to do, because it means nothing. Okay, maybe I'm practicing my ability to, I don't know, follow an algorithm, but it's, for instance, it means nothing. But sit me in a room, close the door, give me a Rubik's Cube and tell me figure it out without instruction. Okay, that is actually, we might learn something. And it's, I think schools undervalue this, man. And the other thing, don't even, yeah.
It's the opposite of what you have to do.
The other thing he was talking to me about was creating problems to solve. Again, he mentioned Einstein and how he came
Why
up
Maxwell and Einstein?
Well, he was talking about how Einstein read the work of Maxwell and understood the work of Maxwell a little bit differently. And then used it and created an original problem to solve regarding time. And came up with general and special relativity.
It was a huge generalization from Maxwell. I mean, he took Maxwell and he generalized it into the whole universe. It was just electromagnetic, and it's also a good example of, again, Kenneth Stanley, because when Maxwell was working with his equations, he would never imagine that this would lead to the general relativity, let's say, to explain the whole universe and gravity.
And it's amazing because he was telling me, like, you go to school for 12 years and they never tell you to create your own problem to solve. You always solve problems. Even a PhD student, they kind of give you like
but still instructions,
problem to solve. And you see this when you grow older, and then your employer gets annoyed at you because employees want so much instruction from their employer,
Yeah.
but they don't have, as kids and as teenagers, they never developed the ability. Well, we never was helped, aided to, like, assisted to develop the ability of finding solutions and creating problems. And
But the thing is that it's going more fundamental. I cannot imagine a society without school. Maybe it's all the fault. Maybe everything is a fault of school, because, I mean, what you describe now in the workspace environment is applied to people that they spend the first 18 years old of their life in a school environment. So maybe if we had no school at all, and we had some more like unschooling structures that resemble schools, or even if we were totally unschoolers in our lives, maybe we wouldn't have this kind of problem. Maybe it's not embedded in our nature to end up in this relation between employee and employer, like just following instruction. Maybe it's because of school. Maybe school is it's way bigger problem in society than we think.
Interesting.
I don't know if everything. I mean, this is a problem in workspace, because, I mean, how restricted are companies and because of this mentality, or even governments, or even whatever or institutions that humans are creating because of this habit. That no, the employee have to follow instructions because of this control freak mentality of employees. I don't know how different would be our society if we embrace more this freedom of expression and creativity of people, because, I mean, it's not a wise thing for an employer to do, to restrict the creativity of the employees because of fear of his anger, or to be also get fired, or I don't know. Okay, maybe you cannot. Depends on the nature of the company or whatever. But I think that we need more freedom in workspace anyway. In general, you have to trust people. In general, it comes how you trust people. Again, the Hobbes and Rousseau dichotomy. What problem? If you trust people, people are good or people are bad. In school also, we think that students are bad, so we have to impose regulations. In politics,
do you think that if you let people vote, we will have some kind of...
We don't trust them. They are not good.
Yeah.
They need laws. The problem with regulation is to come into politics, which should be our subject. The problem with laws and regulation, even at school, all these regulations and laws and whatever, is that most times you have to rely on self mechanism, like self morality. Law cannot watch you all the time. Most of the time you have to do it by yourself. At school the same. You impose all these regulations and you make people getting more angry, and it's also a perverse incentive case that by imposing to students at school more regulations, you create more damages at school, let's say, because they hate the school, because they hate this oppressive system. So because most time you cannot watch them. So we have problems. For example, in school now in Cyprus, we have in my school we have problems because students are breaking things around the toilets and everything. So
when I was a student,
we impose them more strict laws. But anyway, laws and rules cannot watch all the time. So it's not a wise thing to impose laws. I would expect from politics and states and governments and schools and whatever system that they try to regulate people's life, to invest more in developing self-morality and ways of following what you have to do, decency, let's say, instead of investing in Hobbesian methods of leviathans that they have to be imposing things. I'm 100% sure that Rousseau was right. I mean, Rousseau's paradigm is. I think enlightenment should take the path of Rousseau and not. We took the path of Hobbes 100%, because you see, I was the other day in a place in nature somewhere, on a beautiful place, and it was garbage around, and in the middle of the garbage, I was frustrated at all this garbage here. In the middle of this place was a sign saying, "You are not allowed to throw garbage here, and there is a fine of 300 whatever euro." And you see all over around garbage. What does this mean? If nobody watches you, 90% of the cases, nobody's there to watch. People throw garbage there, and the poor sign is there in the middle. Society shouldn't invest in fines, should invest more in making people wanting by themselves. And school is creating citizens that they don't respect the outcome of not respecting the law. That if you exceed the speed limit, you would maybe kill somebody. They care only about I shouldn't do it because the law is saying. And it's much more valuable to have citizens that they feel that I shouldn't run more than the speed limit because it's dangerous for my brothers around, or for myself, but for others. Instead of creating citizens that you wanted them not to understand the reason, and just to do it because I say it. And I think school, and also students, nobody likes to be dictated. People are good. Okay, maybe not 100%. You shouldn't trust them 100%. Maybe we need laws.
But most people are good and trustworthy.
Okay, I'm not going to the extreme anarchist political theory that we should leave them free, do whatever they want, like complete anarchists. Maybe it would work, I don't know. But at least to realize when you are imposing laws or regulations to a group of people, to realize that this is not a very good thing. You have to do it when you are forced to do it, not to try to impose rules, even in case that you maybe, if you leave it alone, it would work better. I think students at school, they are good. If you leave them alone, they will find a way to behave decent and in decency and morality. And for example, the way I'm teaching at school, I never impose any. I mean, this because this is my ideology. I'm a freedom guy, whatever. Whenever I go, this is true. What I'm doing with my students, I first day I enter the class and I say, "Look, guys, you will not suffer anything from it. I will not. You will all pass the lesson. Whatever you do, I will never report you to anyone. But I will never call your parents. You are absolutely free to do whatever you want with me. You can ruin my life if you want." And they know it because they know I'm talking seriously, because they know it from others. I said, you can ruin my life. Okay, they are not very disciplined. They ruin my life. And okay, they don't ruin my life, but my life is more difficult. Maybe I have to scream to my voice to be heard because they are talking to each other, because it's the only time they can do whatever they want at school, and they're taking advantage. I guess if they had this all their life, they wouldn't do crazy things. So they're doing crazy things in my class, but they are not exceeding so much the limit. They are not going always outside. They can go whenever they want. I will not do nothing to them. They are thinking, okay, if it's very important, I will go out, but I will not make trouble to this guy. They have morality. So my classes are definitely less orderly than others. But if they were what the system is described them to be, it would be complete chaos, and it's not. They respect somehow by themselves. So it's supposed to be very bad what I'm doing. I'm a very bad teacher for the system for doing that, because I mean, I destroy school. The system thinks that they break the toilet because I let them free to go and break them. I think what I'm doing is because I don't want them to go and break things at school, because if they feel free and they feel comfortable, why breaking something around? People don't like to break things. So school considers me a very bad teacher because of this mentality of mine. But the funny thing is that I'm doing it for exactly the same reason, because I wanted them not to do bad stuff, because I believe that humans have the mechanism of being decent and moral without somebody imposing. This is the hunter-gatherers tribes. They were egalitarian. Our nature is to be egalitarian. If we want it or not, there's no chief in a tribe. There are no chiefs in this hunter-gatherer tribe. That's the reality. They self-organize. They have decency, and they know how to organize without somebody, a teacher or a chief above them, dictating all the time. Okay, in this kind of, we're not hunter-gatherers, we are like, and even hunter-gatherers have trouble with some sociopaths sometimes, and they had their punishment, the punishment of the hunter-gatherers.
Isolation? I don't know.
Okay, gossip first.
Gossip.
If you have somebody who is behaving very bad, they're gossiping all the time. Maybe isolation, or vote by your feet, let's say, run and leave them alone. The sociopath that they're trying to be. And sometimes they kill them, but all together. It's a guy who wrote a book about it, actually. How to find out about this book? Jonathan Haidt. You know this guy? The guy who wrote the Coddling of the American Mind.
Interesting.
He's a number one anti-woke intellectual in the US.
Oh, I saw a podcast with I think he was on Robinson Earhart, but I'm not entirely sure. Is he pro-Trump, quite heavily pro-Trump, or is it a different guy?
I don't know if but he created this unorthodox society, whatever they call it.
Okay.
It's a very, very famous book, The Coddling of the American Mind. He describes what happened during the 1910s. And we ended up with this woke culture. Anyway, he's criticizing the wokeness. He's saying woke means what doesn't kill me makes me weaker. He's starting his book with this motto. Anyway, and he mentioned it very much. This I don't know how it's related. Maybe it's another book. And it's very famous intellectual. You have to know him, Jonathan Haidt.
If he's the guy that I'm thinking of, there's a guy Robinson Earhart podcasted that likes Trump, that his first name I'm pretty sure is Jonathan.
I don't think
I'll put the right picture and name as I will do it.
Both guys, if he's not the same.
Yeah. Just to make sure.
Anyway, and he mentions it in a book about this habit of the hunter-gatherers, that because now hunter-gatherers now are living in organized countries with laws, and so when there is somebody that they cannot, they're so sociopath that they need to deal with them, they go all together and kill this person all together. If he's ruining the tribe, whatever. Some people are like sociopaths. They want to dictate everything, and they are bullying everybody around, and they cannot keep them in harmony and living in an egalitarian or whatever. Okay, I'm romanticizing a bit, but they go and they kill them all together, this person. So nobody's to blame by others or by the state. So all together, going all together, all together, in called capital punishment in this book.
Interesting.
So even hunter-gatherers, they have some rules. But let's try to have as less as possible, not as much as possible. We need the law. I mean, I'm not that complete anarchist. I mean, we need the law. We need the regulation. But let's invest in self-decency. Let's try to have as less regulations and rules and laws as possible. Not zero, but as less, not as much as possible. Because people are reacting, and then the problem is not like philosophical or whatever. It's like most of the time you don't watch them, and there are things that the law is not regulating anyway. I mean, to be nice to your wife, to be nice to the people around you. If you learn that decency is something imposed, then if it's not imposed, then you don't need to be.
And
decent.
you also think that decency is something bad.
Is this example of Alfie Kohn that I think
I really like Alfie Kohn.
Yeah. I mean, this carrot and stick, which is the same thing actually. When you base the education of young people in carrot and sticks, it's like it becomes the real thing. So the example of Alfie Kohn is like if you tell to your kid, if you study mathematics, I will buy you a pizza. This is what he used. It's like you said to them, mathematics is bad. That's why I need either to punish you. So if you don't study, I will not let you go out to play, or I will give you a reward, which is the same thing. Rewards and punishment is exactly the same thing. I will, if you reward somebody, if you punish somebody, it's like if you have a reward, you don't give the reward, like punishment. So it's exactly the same thing. And this reinforcement kind of mentality, it's creating exactly the opposite. It's like you tell mathematics is something bad, that's why I need punishment or reward to make you study it. And in school, we don't learn this only about mathematics. So people don't think that knowledge is something bad, which is actually what school is doing. That's why school kills learning and creativity, because of this. But it's not just that. It's also try to teach people that decency is also bad. That's why you have to be. That's why you shouldn't talk when the teacher is talking. Not because it's good to do it. It's good to interrupt your teacher. It's good to make the teacher not be able to talk. That's why I need to put something else to make you do it. So this is perverse incentivizing. It's creating citizens that they don't respect decency. And you create citizens that if we don't watch them, if you don't apply the law, they will at school break the toilets first, because the law cannot watch them, the Leviathan, let's call it in Hobbesian way. And after in society, the state will not watch, the police will not watch you. When they will not watch you, you're doing the good thing, which means to do the bad thing. So this message of school is very, very dangerous and harming very much society, and we cannot see it.
You can see it everywhere, man. I mean, you can see it. There's so many examples. I mean, if you want a quantitative example, I'm sure a lot of YouTubers focus on numbers instead of content. In jiu-jitsu, like, I love martial arts. I spend a lot of time training, and I train twice a day unless I'm injured. And there's a belt system in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, which I think is ridiculous, to be honest. But you can see how damaging it is, because I sit down with other friends that practice, and they might have an hour discussion on, if I do this, I'll get this belt, or if I do this, I'll do this, and then this guy is better than this guy. And I'm like, it's just, if only you could find some intrinsic value in what you're doing, and it's not necessarily their fault. But if only if you could find some intrinsic value in what you're doing,
without any reward, any belt,
and because you know how many
for the thing in itself.
Like, you make friends from jiu-jitsu, you learn problem solving. A lot of the things when it comes to education, I understand them through jiu-jitsu. For instance, when I try to teach someone, I tell them something 50 times they don't understand. But if they come to me with the question and then I tell it to them once, they understand. So stuff like this I understand from jiu-jitsu. There's so many aspects. The discipline, the self-discipline I get, like, it helps me go to sleep. It structures my day. So many things. This is intrinsic too. This is intrinsic. And the move in itself, the fighting, the getting tired, like the moves. I love the moves, the details. Like, I love the details. If you could only, like, you don't need to force yourself to love these things, but paradoxically, this is what's going to get you better.
Definitely.
This is what's going to get you better. No, because I'm obsessed with it, and I've only been training for 3.5 years, and a lot of the time people get shocked when they hear that. But that's the reason. It's not because I'm for some reason talented. I'm not talented at all. In fact, the first 6 months of my fighting journey, I was by a mile the worst beginner I've ever seen. I couldn't understand the difference between my knee and my elbow. But then it clicked. And this isn't the same with me with a lot of things. With editing, with medicine, it was the same. Anything I did in life, I don't understand anything, and then it clicks. And then it's exponential. But it's just an example of, like, finding intrinsic value in things, and jiu-jitsu is right at my heart. But you can see it in school too. If only you stop thinking about, I will get 19 out of 20, 18 out of 20. You start thinking,
grades and
this is interesting. Maybe I'm learning. But it's not a person's fault, because, especially with school, because they're afraid. They're like, okay, I want to have a job when I grow up. I don't. How much can I risk this? All my
and they feel that this is something I shouldn't do. I do it only for the grade, for the paper, for the diploma. So you think that the fact that you are so good in jiu-jitsu because you don't care.
So, but I've gotten good fast.
Because you don't care about the belt.
It's a huge reason.
Yeah,
it's a huge reason.
Yeah.
Because, also when I stopped caring about the belts, because I traveled to Texas. Austin, Texas has a lot of the best fighting gyms, especially for jiu-jitsu, like B
That's
Team and New
that's
Wave.
why Lex Friedman is so much into it.
Maybe. And
I'm joking.
yeah, so like I trained for a good. I mean, I went maybe a total of 6-7 months. I went 2 months, 2 months, 1 month, and 1.5, I think.
Okay.
And when you go to John Danaher is the best grappling coach. Probably 95% of people will agree with that. When I go to his gym, a purple belt is sometimes is like as good as a world champion. It's close. It's like world class. Like when he wasn't, when he rarely misses a class, Abraham or Reese, 2 of his purple belts. I don't know if they're still purple belts, but last year they were. They are assistants, so they teach the class, which is a big deal to be able to like. If that I mean, this makes more sense if you're into jiu-jitsu. For me, it's like a big deal. It's like the biggest professor of physics is not in today, and you get one of the same. But purple belt in Cyprus, completely different. It's like currency. It's so relative.
It's also used as
and then
that's the grades.
And in England, again, it's different. And then I started traveling a bit to Thailand, and I'm like, okay, again, different. So I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. Like, come on, guys. I'm all for if you want to create some kind of, and I'm aware of the dangers of it fucking up your intrinsic value you find in the sport. I'm all for and maybe create some kind of elo rating like in chess, and then perhaps just really try to, like in chess, for instance, I don't know. Annis is obviously very good at chess, and we talked a little bit about it. She told me some really cool stuff about transferable skills when it comes to strategy about chess. But when it comes to chess, okay, if I were to get good at chess, I would use the rating the same way I would use subscribers at YouTube. It's not the intrinsic value, but it's an indicator. Okay, I'm doing something right in maybe this game.
You need an indicator.
Yeah, it's like an indicator, some kind of feedback. Sure, that's fine. And if the belt was some kind of feedback,
just to know who I
just feel it's not that, bro. And because also, as like I said, it's relative. Anyway, this you might not care about. I'm just passionate about this because I really love fighting. So it's not a good indicator. So it's a shit elo. It's not a good indicator of your skill level or if you're doing something good. There's so many factors like your age and your fitness and So it's like it's just there as decoration. It's just there. It's only interfering with you falling in love with this one. Now someone can argue, okay, but
most people don't see it like that. For most
this is an unpopular opinion. But on the other hand, okay, maybe you argue it's like one is a good marketing thing because people, you know, like the expensive car, the Blackwell to get a girlfriend or whatever.
It's a signaling thing.
Yes, it's a social capital. But well, okay, or maybe someone initially starts caring about the belt. It gets them into jiu-jitsu, and then they find that thing like a Trojan horse. Sure. Maybe that's a small positive, but I think it's a small positive compared to a lot of negative. Anyway, I think it's time to talk about direct democracy.
Okay, let's cut it here.
So, you are a parliamentary candidate for Direct Democracy Cyprus.
Yeah, for a weird reason. I forgot for a moment because you traveled me back to my previous self. But so I forgot. I tend to forget that I'm a politician. I can't imagine. I would never imagine I become a politician. But I am a parliamentary candidate for the party of Direct Democracy Cyprus.
And when I asked you, deliberately asked you, are you left wing, right wing? I was expecting the answer. I support the idea of direct democracy. So explain to us what direct democracy is and how it differs from representative democracy.
You mean just explain the concept? What means?
I think we should start there before we go into details of how it manifests.
Actually, we need to do that in our party even because it's weird. Our party started like 6 months ago. And it was based on a person, on Phidias. Whatever he would use as an ideology of this party would be also a party at the end of the day. So and because Phidias and me, because we are together all the time, we like the idea of direct democracy. We believe it's a better way of democracy. It's a more democratic kind of democracy than the representative one we have now. He named the party Direct Democracy. We decided anyway. We were all together. Even the name of the party. It could be a party called the whatever, Blue Party, whatever, and still have direct democracy as his ideology. But this party even has its name as direct democracy. So people were attracted in the party. So like these people that like all parties attract people that they want to come to be into politics. They found a vehicle, this party, and they came around us. I think most of them don't quite understand that direct democracy is not just the name of the party. There is a political system. I think many of them don't quite understand it.
I think even people within the party. Sometimes I hear the statements and I'm like, I think this guy didn't understand.
Even within our party.
Yeah.
Even important factors of the party. I don't know if I insult somebody by saying it, but I feel when I talk to people about, I use the term direct democracy, they think I refer to the party. And when I say my ideology is direct democracy, I gave a little speech when I was nominated as being candidate, and I was using the term direct democracy, and I said maybe we have to coin the term direct democratician, I'm so democratic, whatever, to as an identity for us in the question what you are, as you asked me before in the beginning. And I felt that people think that I'm speaking about the party, that my ideology is the party. So I think we should try to educate. Explain. It's a word that I don't like to
decide.
Yeah, to inform people that there is people understand that this party is trying to give more power to the people, to allow people vote or participate in a participatory democracy way, which actually this is what we are. We are more participatory democracy than direct democracy. Of course, you cannot be direct democracy in a representative democracy country. But anyway, we should explain the terms, I think, more. Anyway, so they understand that it's something more too close to the people than the establishment, the economic and political establishment. It's something that wants to give saying to the people, but they don't really quite understand very, very well, realize very well that first it's the concept of high democracy. And then 6 months ago, a guy decided to give the name of the party Direct Democracy Party. So it would be very good to clarify that direct democracy means no parliament, actually. So it's contradictory to say that I created a party and I'm a candidate of the party of direct democracy in order to become a representative. A representative to a representative. I will be the representative in a representative democracy, and I'm supposed to be a direct democratician, which means that have no representative, no parliament, actually, which is a bit a problem if we don't really understand that what we're doing now is not direct democracy, because you cannot have in representative democracy. This is the term of representative. Yeah. Antiprosopευτική. So in a representative democracy, to have a party called direct democracy is not going to impose direct democracy. But this is not a big problem because we have other parties. We have communist parties. In Cyprus, we have a party that is supposed to be communist party. They are not coming up and talking about communists, never. Maybe they are communists, maybe they are ideal, their political ideal is communist, but they never come up in their campaign and say we have to impose communism, give all your property to the state, and this is the political system they would have as a dream, maybe as so we have to clarify that okay, at least mine and Fidias and Lauri's ideology is close to the direct democracy, but I don't think many people in the party realize this, that this clear distinction between the two, that we are, I mean, okay, many people are attracted in the party because of many reasons. I don't want to say that many of them are just looking for a vehicle to become politicians. Some of them do actually, or some of them partially do. I'm sure most people are attracted in the party towards the party because we are closer to the people, because direct democracy is all about people deciding. But maybe they feel it like that we will get the power in order to punish and destroy all this corrupted system. And this is what attracts them. Or we give the people the possibility to express themselves. But a clear, declaration that, guys, look, this is what direct democracy is, and we cannot be direct democracy in a representative democracy system. But for me, at least for me, my political ideology is close. I'm an egalitarianist, let's call it, but this is my ideal. That I believe that the ideal is that people have no hierarchies. People need to decide all together. So for me, the romantic paradigm is this romantic way I describe the hunter-gatherer, which is not what they were. It's a romantic. It's an extreme case. It's a romanticized, idealized example, which is close to reality, because our nature is to be all brothers and sisters, having no chiefs and deciding all together. In a society of millions, it's very difficult to have this. So I wouldn't expect, all these representative democracies that they came about after the French Revolution. Okay, French Revolution and American Revolution. French Revolution was not successful, as we know. After Napoleon came, but the American Revolution was successful. Still they have this system of democracy they have, because the French Revolution didn't bring any democracy about it. It came after anyway. But all this, the replacement in the course of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century of monarchies with replaced by democracies, I wouldn't expect them not to be representative. Following the John Locke's paradigm, in going back again to Enlightenment, and not Rousseau, which is more direct democracy guy. Locke is more a representative democracy. The way he explained the social contract and all this, it was more towards direct democracy, towards representative democracy, I guess. I think. So we followed this paradigm more, but I wouldn't expect them to do otherwise, because it was millions of people. So I wouldn't expect a country of millions, let's say, transit during the beginnings of the 20th century from monarchy to democracy, abolishing monarchy and becoming a direct democracy. And the reason is because they had no technology to do it. As I described in a podcast with Phidias, you watch it, that technology bringing politics, driving politics, because technology is giving you the tools to apply new ways of politics. So I was describing in that podcast how we were hunter-gatherers. 10,000 years ago, we became farmers, let's say. This is a scheme. This is not what happened. Until now, we have hunter-gatherers, but let's put it in this schematic way.
Let's interrupt you. I wanted to mention about hunter-gatherers. Have you read the book from Daniel Quinn, Ishmael?
Actually, I don't read books. I watch podcasts by I don't know. All the books I recommend, you have to confess, I didn't read them. I just watch podcasts and TED Talks. I can't concentrate in a book. I'm an ADHD proud. So I cannot concentrate to read. I just, what I'm doing actually, how I learn. When I'm doing something else, when I'm doing work at home, when I'm doing something, I listen to podcasts.
Oh, me too.
I can't just sit.
Me too. I don't see. I wash the dishes.
Yeah. I wash dishes like crazy at home.
Yeah, stuff.
I clean the whole house 2-3 times because I want to listen to podcasts. So you have the same. My wife is very happy.
2-3 hours a day. I spend cleaning, cooking, just very slowly. Get some extra time.
Yeah. Me too. And when I drive sometimes, but when I drive, I prefer to meditate, like to think. To podcast myself, let's say.
But it's good to have time in the day for original. When I say original, maybe kind of get everything together and see maybe you can think about something or how things connect. I think
Ray,
that's
Ray, you
kind of
know, when
valuable
I
too.
do it also, when I'm looking for something else and it comes serendipitous, using the term I described before, it comes to me not directly, just out of accident, something I study about. Because now I spend most of my time in Fidia's videos. I'm doing videos now. I'm political videos. And that's how I spend my time with Fidia's team. I'm a volunteer in the team because I'm getting paid by the state. Before I was for a year, I was paid collaborator of Fidia's. And now I'm collaborating with his team all day. I mean, I spend hours and hours of my days. This is actually my serious occupation. At school, I'm going to relax. But when I'm going in the classroom, is the time of me to. I mean, I like them so much. The students. So it's the time. I mean, even at school, I'm working on videos when I have free time, and when the bell rings and I have to go, I close everything. I go to my friends to talk about bit of physics, to have fun with them, to laugh. It's very weird. I mean, it should be the other way around. But
yeah.
Okay, I enjoy very much doing video, but it's the only time I'm not allowed to do videos because I'm obsessed on doing videos now. And one of the reasons, so okay, to close it, it's a weird feature of mine that when I go to do the endeavor that gives me my income, is a time certainly a time I relax. It's a time that I just close everything what I'm doing the rest of the day, and because I like this guy so much. Anyway, this is a peculiar of mine, but one of the reasons that I like so much doing videos is because in the process of trying to figure out what Fidia will say, the script of a video and the research of the video, and even post-productionally, when we try to put the B-rolls, all these B-rolls, I'm looking for the appropriate picture of this word that he said. In the process, I discover new things.
Yes.
And when I discover them, then my ADHD go away.
Yeah.
And then I'm focused.
Yeah.
Because I just discovered it myself. So in this process, and because now I'm doing nothing else but political videos of Fidias and of the party, the only way I'm learning is this. But the reason I enjoy it because I like learning so much, and it's so much more natural instead of just saying, today I'm going to learn about Cyprus politics of the 40s. But when I'm looking for a B-roll to put a picture of this politician of the 40s of Cyprus, let's say, I discover so many things in the way, which is a natural way of discovering. It's a natural way of learning. So I think I'm happy. Okay, when I watch the dishes, I'm listening to podcasts. but in the rest of my life, which is many hours, I don't sleep. I mean, I sleep 3-4 hours a day. I eat only once a day because I'm doing videos. I'm obsessed. I'm like addicted in doing all these videos. I'm behind. I'm always with the guys of the team. You have to do this video now. I'm sending you this. What I will do after, what I was doing before coming here, and what I will do after. And now it's also Ioannis' videos, because I'm very much involved with Ioannis' campaign. I'm not campaigning myself.
I noticed. I thought you got it there anyway.
Because I'm not. I don't like conventional politics anyway. So I will never campaign for myself. But through Ioannis, I'm there, or through Fidias. Anyway, but I don't care for me to be elected actually, because I will be there anyway. So I don't give a shit about it. I mean, I'm so much involved and I'm so much a part of Fidias as a person actually. So I will be there. Where Fidias, I'm always there, unless some hours after now we will discover that Fidias is not the president of the party anymore. This midnight.
Yes.
You know that
I go to, of course.
And I don't know if it's another one, which would be interesting actually. I'm not afraid of it. It would be interesting to have somebody else as the president. I think it will be maybe disaster because it's very difficult to replace him. But if he's not the president, maybe I will not be close to the party so much. Maybe I will not be allowed. Maybe they will not like me. Maybe they will not try to find a different path. But as long as Fidia is there, I will be there. So I don't give a shit for my election because I will be there anyway. I mean, my dreams of how to change Cyprus, education and the system and things that I want to change in Cyprus for sure. I mean, from the first day, I have 3-4 things that from the first day this party will get elected, if I'm there or not, there are three, four things in education and in politics that I really want to change from the first day. I mean, I know for sure that there are already things that they started and they are middle way and they stop them, and I want to reintroduce them. So I know for sure, but even if I'm not there, because I'm so close to Diaz and all the other candidates, I mean, Lauris, Ioannis, and I mean, I'm friends with most of the candidates now because we are together. I don't give a shit that I will be there. I will be in the party and I will do them. Anyway, so what I was saying, and I derailed it.
No, I interrupted you to mention the book Ishmael. The reason you might like it is because Daniel Quinn, who wrote it, talks about the history before and after the agricultural revolution, and he uses some beautiful analogies like Cain and Abel and takers and leavers, and I think that's right up your alley. I think you would enjoy that book. And the next thing you said about Beatles and learning through the window when it comes to videos, mate, same. I've started this podcast like a month ago. I did some, maybe more, I don't know, maybe more, 2 or 3 months, but the first month was more so just I did a few book reviews with Finn, and I wasn't really into it as much. It was interesting, but just interesting. And then I got a guest to come on that's not my friend Finn. And then I started getting obsessed. I think that was a turning point. So it's been maybe a month and a half since that point. But the last few weeks, I'm obsessed. I have like 2 laptops and my iPad and my iPhone, and I'm just like doing medicine here, and then I'm like editing a video. But I think part of why I really love it is because I'm making an intro for a podcast, and I really like music. I've been playing piano since I was a kid, and I like freestyle hip hop. I like music a lot. I never found time to do music, but you know, I choose a nice song to put in the beginning of the podcast. I like classical songs, so I spend some time figuring out, okay, what song shall I choose? And then I go and I try to find one, and then I learn a lot about artists and about classical musicians and the different eras and all these other things that I didn't expect to learn. And then I do that, then I'm trying to put some Beatles, and then I find a bunch of interesting stuff there.
In the way,
And then even things that I'd never expect, like, okay, how does the beat of the music relate to how I should be using this animation? Like, maybe it sounds better, like combining sound and visual and things that I was never expected to think about.
It's like a puzzle, a multi-dimensional puzzle.
Yeah, and it's so cool.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And I think part of why I'm obsessed with it is that, and also
and the joy of discovery when you found exactly what you look for, and wow,
and listening too, like I listened to it again and I understood the things in a different way.
Also
things that went out over my head, now I kind of catch them. It's such a beautiful process.
I see it now in Giannis, because Giannis started now a podcast channel.
Yes,
just a month ago, something like that. And I see how he obsessed he becomes with, because he's a podcaster. I mean, he had been like for 1.5 years Fidias' main podcast editor, but now he's a podcaster, and I can see it in him. I live this process.
He was telling me, he's like, I don't know how I lived my life. He told me without doing podcast.
Exactly.
Okay, so I interrupted you.
I was telling the story how we ended up in the representative democracy, and how technology. Anyway, so the story I was telling is like, my thesis in this podcast I did with Fidias a couple of months ago, or a month ago. It's like always technology brings new technological paradigm, brings new politics. So the first is like, we had, I mean, the very, very, very first, what I described, I don't know if it's my idea or if it's I read it somewhere, but anyway, it's like the biggest technological, and we speak technology in terms of communication, not any kind of technology. So the biggest revolution in communication was the invention or the appearance of language. So you had like apes the common ancestor with the chimp, like 6 million years ago, they say. Then you have progress, the Australopithecus, and then the Homo habilis. And sometime in the process, our ancestors invented or acquired or whatever, God gave them or evolution gave them language, maybe 1 million years ago, as I told before. And then they changed their politics. Because before they had hierarchical structures, before having this tool, this technological tool. So language is a technological tool, it's a way of communication. We know for sure that all our relatives were not egalitarians, are not egalitarians. So chimps and gorillas are closest relatives. They are not egalitarian. They have tribes. They have alphas. They have betas. They have bullying. They have, this is the way this is the politics, let's say, of this tribe, because it's also politics. You can call it politics when you have a society and you have ways of organizing it. It's politics. And I believe the turning point of us becoming egalitarians and get rid of hierarchy, because we know for sure that hunter-gatherers had no hierarchy, no leaders, no chief. I think it's the invention or whatever of language. So the first revolution was language revolution, let's say, which changes politics from hierarchy, from having the alphas, the betas, and all this power structure, to change into egalitarianism, into a society that everybody, into direct democracy, you can call it. Okay, very idealized, it's very modeling way, but you can call it direct democracy because people, Homo sapiens, decide all together, not the strong gorilla, whatever, that impose the opinion. Okay, you cannot really call it decision because they don't have language to impose, but they impose. When they want something, they do it in the tribe, in the group. We became egalitarian. So we changed our politics from hierarchy to egalitarianism. It's a political system. It's direct democracy, kind of. You had no parliament. You had all people together thinking how they will kill the woolly mammoth, how they will go and collect berries, how they will move from this place to another place, without the chief imposing. The second step, okay, you have agricultural revolution. It's a book of these two guys.
I know that was
the Done of Everything.
Yes.
Which is like now it's kind of heterodox.
I tried to. Are they alive?
The one.
Why not?
The one is dead. The other is alive.
I think I emailed you. I'm not
It's
sure.
very nice. This guy, I love the way he speaks. This guy, I forgot their name. The one is it's famous anarchist, kind of the one that died.
I don't remember
The one is it's anthropologist. The other archaeologist. The anthropologist died. They have the same name. The second name.
Graham.
Greiber. Greiber.
Like
Is the guy who died?
yeah, I will put it.
Anyway, put it. Yeah. So their idea, their thesis.
David Greiber, something like
they
that.
are Davids, I think, both.
Something like that.
Yeah. Anyway, so their idea is that what we believed until now is not right. We believe that hunter-gatherers were able to have direct democracy and egalitarianism because they were small numbers. And they discovered, the one is archaeologist, the other is social anthropologist. They didn't really discover it. It was there, but they put the pieces of puzzle together, and some things they had discovered anyway, that hunter-gatherers were creating much larger societies, like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, places that they built huge monuments, being hunter-gatherers and having no structures. So the restriction of numbers is not there, like people believed until now, that you need to be 200. It's called Dunbar numbers. There's a name. There's an anthropologist or whatever, Dunbar, his name, something like that. The number 150 is Dunbar number. That's the number that you can, of a society, you can have in order to have it to be an egalitarian, direct democratician, whatever, if there is a term, society. And so the one interesting thing they discover or they propose is that no, we know for sure we have societies that they were much larger in numbers and they still hunter-gatherers without having hierarchies. So direct democracy in bigger numbers. The other thing, the interesting thing is that after agricultural revolution, I don't know if I heard it from them or if by somebody else or if I thought it by myself. I don't know. I forgot. You have agricultural revolution. Agricultural revolution happened like 10,000 years ago, roughly. Slowly, one after another. First, this started in the Middle East. One after the other, the societies become farm societies.
It's I was seeing maps over
How
time of
it
how it
spread.
spread.
How
It's
it
beautiful.
spread, yeah.
In the book, by the way, the book Ishmael, I forgot an important part of the book.
Very interesting.
Is a conversation between a gorilla and a human. It's a novel.
Wow.
So it's the story of the
So he's
agricultural
my guy.
revolution.
I have to read this book.
It's good, man. So it's the story of the agricultural revolution, but it's through this novel, and it's just so beautiful. I'm not gonna make it justice. Anyway, sorry, parenthesis.
But it's about what I'm talking.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very directly related.
So the notion of Zeitgeist, how you call it, Zeitgeist. It's a German term, the spirit of the times. That
Geist is spirit. I know
yeah,
from Hegel.
Zeit is time. So
Okay.
Zeitgeist is a term it's a term we use it as a term in sociology, whatever. That when an idea comes up, it becomes because the time of the idea came. So maybe I came with this idea. This guy came with the idea. Like is this idea of that nobody discovers anything, that the idea of discovery and it's a discovery of the whole humanity, and you shouldn't credit somebody because the time came for it. So it's not about one person.
It's like I got hungry. I'm going to eat.
Yeah, society got hungry and he wanted to eat. So it's not
eating comes from okay.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I mean, it's also another this guy, ideas having sex. This TED talk.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, so this guy Ridley, his second name, was mentioning so much about the ideas, how ideas come about, and it's never an idea of one person. When something is discovered, like the discovery of calculus by Newton and Leibniz in the same moment, same time. We are not sure who discovered, but time discovered, humanity discovered. The time came. So I don't know if maybe this is the time of understanding that direct democracy works.
Interesting.
Anyway, egalitarianism, whatever. Anyway, so I don't credit anybody. It's the idea of humanity that agricultural revolution came. It's the agriculture spread, but for at least 7,000 years, people still were egalitarian, direct democracy societies. I mean, Neolithic settlements until 3000 BC, you don't see hierarchical structures. You don't see kings. You don't see chiefs. So we became farmers, but we didn't change our political system. We still stayed egalitarian. I think we're not sure, but archaeological evidences show this. That you don't see in a Neolithic settlement a huge house of a king or something. Some of them are bigger than the other. Maybe some people are more greedy, more sociopath, whatever. But you don't see any structure. So the model, I don't know if it cannot be 100% true, but I think the idea is that we started having hierarchies and chiefs and kings and whatever after the invention after the second big revolution in communication, which was the invention of script, of writing. And then you see the first kings. So it's not the agricultural revolution which changed the paradigm from egalitarianism to monarchy at the end, but it was the invention of script several thousand years after. And this is so this revolution brought about the change from egalitarianism to monarchy. So you had first language destroyed this hierarchy, brought egalitarianism, and then script, I mean alphabet, destroyed the egalitarianism and brought the monarchy. And monarchy survived until the second biggest revolution, which is the printing press, which also revolutionized communication. Before you could have one book, you could see around you one book in a lifetime. After this, in 10, 20 years, you could see around you hundreds of books. It was a huge revolution, very rapid, actually. You have millions of books in the first 30 years after the printing press. This is middle of 15th century, 1450, whatever. And after this, we start seeing the changes, and then you after 100, 200 years after this, you have the first constitutions. So you have the transition to constitutional monarchy, and then slowly you have other means of communication. Newspapers came about because of printing press, and then you have also the industrial revolution, which magnifies this, because then you have paper also around you available, so you can have much more books, much more printing press machines, because the I forget words. Industry brought about many. After industry, you have much more printing presses, machines. Not so. You have this process, and then you have radio in the beginning of 20th century. So, printing press was not able by itself to bring democracy, and even the French Revolution and American Revolution happened in the end of the 18th century, but still we had monarchies. Only when communications changed radically, because of the industrial revolution that made much more newspaper, much more books, and then radio and television. So the paradigm shift from monarchy to representative democracy happened in the middle of 20th century, actually. Before 1950s, the most countries were monarchies, constitutional maybe, but still monarchies. So I wouldn't expect the society, as I was saying before, of the middle of the 20th century to discover, when we shifted from monarchy to democracy, to shift immediately to a direct democracy, because we didn't have the technology. So radio and printing revolution of the 19th century, and television and all this were able to bring us a representative democracy because of the numbers. I think, maybe. And now we're seeing a new revolution in communication. The social media one, the internet one, that now people are not like they were in the 1950s. Now people can be much more involved in politics. They can say their opinion, and everybody can hear. They have the ability. Every citizen has now the ability to express their opinion, and have a big chance that even the president will learn it after a day, through comments, through live streams, through the internet, through posts, through all these abilities that we have after the 2000s, actually. So following the paradigm of the idea of changes in community technology, changes also politics, it's inevitable that politics will change now, because it's a huge revolution. Like 40 years ago, nobody would imagine that I can reach the big politician. Now they just draw a comment in a video. The politician that made the video sees it, makes or popularize it, maybe use this comment, and after the president sees it, because the politician that made the video sees the comment and put it in a video, and then it's a huge difference. Now the citizens are able, all of them, to have their own channels, their own TikTok channels, platforms, blog posts, whatever, just commenting, just in video, just enter a title and write a comment, and with the likes can be read by the politician. It's a huge difference. Politics cannot stay like they are now. It's impossible. And it feels like that we are going back to our origins, not the very origins of the chimps, but our first, a million years ago, or half a million years ago, politics, which is the 99% of our history, of deciding all together. Or at least maybe some decide, but have a say altogether.
Mm-hmm.
The participatory model of direct democracy, participatory democracy, which means participation of the citizens, maybe not in decision, but in the discussions about it. We have the ability now. And we start resembling the hunter-gatherers now, that we are all able to say something. Because somebody can say, yes, but hunter-gatherers had the alphas, still had the alphas. Some of them were more skilled, some of them were more strong in character and in maybe in physical. So some of them would impose their opinion maybe more. They were not just all together like bees, 100%. We are not 100% eusocial species. We are like in a transition. Still we have a kind of hierarchy, but everybody had the ability to say their opinion. Even the gammas, the less extravert and powerful in the tribe, they had the opinion to read around in the evening around the campfire and say their opinion. They had the chance. Before 30, 40 years, it was impossible. You had no chance. Your opinion could be heard only in the coffee shop of your village, not further. Now you just drop a comment. So now we are resembling the tribes of the egalitarian tribes of the hunter-gatherers now. Everybody have the possibility to express themselves and be heard through the technology. So I think anyway things are going towards direct democracy. And so this is my political ideology, my dream, let's say, to see again, I mean, going back to the romantic times of everybody be able to participate in the democracy. Because the previous the current paradigm, I tend to forget that that's still there, still here, is not exactly democracy. It's like every 5 years you choose your representative, and that's it. Actually, that's it. I mean, and it's not enough. And now technology gives us this ability. So maybe our party, I don't know how the way I vision it, would be like I can see 3 layers. First of all, to what we can change in society. Okay, we can have our party. I mean, we will have some elected members of parliament. Now we can work. I mean, they can work as they want. But my dream is not enough for them. My dream is to change the whole system to be towards that democracy, not just our party to be conducting its politics in the parliament, our 4, 5, 6, 10 MPs that will be elected, but to try to change everything towards this direction. And what I mean by that, first of all, is the information. I mean, people to be able to get informed as better as possible, to have everything, I mean, transparent, to show everything live stream, to have everything, every laws, every amendments, whatever, available to people to read them and comment maybe and put likes in the comments and say, I don't like this amendment, I don't like this law that you're about to express their to participate in the discussion of in a debate. And the third step is to participate in also in decision by polls, by saying, okay, we have this amendment, or we have this law proposal, and we have to decide, but you decide, and we will follow. People criticize, say, but how? We cannot do it in everything. But the 2 first steps can be, I mean, the information that we have to try to bring as much as information, accessibility to the people, and give them the right to participate in the debate. And maybe whatever else we can put them in polls, and people can join the decision process. First through our group of MPs that will be in parliament, and second try to create laws that, or trying to bring the whole politics towards this direction, the whole parliament to work like that, the whole parliament to put polls, not polls, but put the every idea, every proposal for a law, every amendment, whatever, put it open to the people, very easily accessible, and let them give comments. And the politician will vote for this amendment or this regulation, whatever, can read the comments and see what people think about it. And so you write a comment, and if you get many likes, this comment maybe the politician will read, and maybe you can influence like that. So we can have, and nobody can argue that direct democracy and egalitarianism is not more democratic than what we have now. Nobody can claim this. It's impossible. So for sure it's more democratic. Some people are against it because they think of weird things that can happen. But anyway, there must be a way to find a formula to apply as more direct as possible, as more participatory form of democracy as possible. Not 100%, but as much as possible.
And there is an example with, how do we say it in English? The internal votes to decide the parliamentary candidates. So the people decide.
We did it already.
Yeah. So the people decided the parliamentary candidates of the. I think that might be something that actually gets implemented by other, hopefully anyway, by other parties.
Look, other parties. We had a discussion with Ioannis. We went to a party. Actually, we invaded a party with Ioannis a week ago or something. We tried with Ioannis we were live streaming, and we said let's go and visit all the parties to see if we will persuade anybody to vote for our. Let's explain to the people what is this. Is still alive? This?
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, let's explain what we did. Actually, our party, we decided in our party to choose our parliamentary candidates for the elections that are coming after 2 months, to choose them through a process that everybody can vote, and somebody would expect, okay, every member of the party would vote and decided them. No. We decided to, actually Fidias, it was Fidias' idea. In the beginning I was against this idea, that everybody will vote. Not only the members of the party, everybody, even members of other parties, is open for everybody. Every citizen of this country, it's a huge innovation actually. Every citizen of this country could participate in the decision, in the election, nomination, how you call it, of the 56 candidates of the party for the parliamentary elections. Not only the members of the party, everybody. I thought in the beginning, I said to Fidel, you think this will work? Come on, I mean, others from other parties will be chaos. But if you trust chaos, it worked. It worked, and people chose. 16,000 of people entered and decided. So with Yannis, we went to the parties, like trolling a bit, and propose them to vote for our candidate. And okay, one party was. We tried to enter. We succeeded only to enter in 2 parties. Some were close. Some they had conferences and stuff. They couldn't accept us. The first party said, "No, it's impossible. We're not doing stuff like that. Forget it." The other party, called Democratic Rally, how it calls Democraticos Nairmos. It was a girl they are working, accepted that. And we had a debate for an hour. We were going to publish it now with Yannis. We're trying to polish it because it was very bad, the sound. It was live streaming. And we had a debate like for more than an hour, but like around an hour, trying to persuade her. It's a member of the party that is working for the party, not just a member. It was an important person in the party. It tried to persuade her that no, it's not bad for a member of another party to decide to take a decision for another party, because these 56 candidates, some of them will be members of parliament.
Colleagues.
Why not to participate in the decision to choose the best candidate? Anyway, some of them will be in the parliament. Yeah. Why not to be able? And it's an interesting debate. At the end we kind of agree. Let's say that is not so bad. But in the beginning, she said, okay, for sure, we will do it through an app. Anyway, said, in a while, but only for our members. So even my party will do it, but I wouldn't mind to do it for your party. Then we kind of persuade her. But I'm sure other parties will do it. Because, okay, this party is a bit more democratic than the others. They are doing it anyway in elections. Some of the candidates, not all of the candidates, most of the candidates, they chose them through elections, but in a physical election. And she said, why not through an app? But not everybody in society, just the members of the party. But still, some parties, just the leaders decide the candidates. So it's a good step. But for us, it was the big innovation that everybody decided. And now we have 56 candidates that they are not, some of them were thinking that from other parties, including myself, other parties will enter and they will choose the worst ones, the weirdest ones, or they put candidates, they will put their own candidates that they are weird, and they will go and vote them, and then we'll have 56 weird candidates. But no, we had more than 200 candidates, and people entered there in a very nice way, very normal way, no problems, no irregularities or whatever, hackers entering, and we have now 56 candidates through this process. We open it to everybody. So you see that society's chaos, because many people thought that it would be chaos. It was not chaos. People chose those that somebody would expect to be chosen, even if it were just members. I mean, it was not very weird. It was what people expected. I mean, Phidias got the most votes.
Well, the first 5 in Nicosia, I predicted them.
Which means that it worked.
Yeah.
Because if you would expect the chaos would be the weirdest one.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. But it worked.
Yeah.
And it's definitely more democratic and definitely more wise to get the opinion of the whole country. Who you want to be the representative of this party in the elections? Why not? I mean, I can't understand why I was so against Phidias' idea in the beginning.
You know, in Salisbury Valley, I think they had like a playroom where
Salisbury Valley is
this
free
alternative
democratic
school,
school. Yeah.
And they had this playroom where if the kids played at this playroom and they left it dirty, the next day they left it dirty for them.
Yeah.
And suddenly the kids started caring about their room being clean.
Yeah.
And if you use this analogy to Cyprus or society or any country really, if you want the citizens to care about the country, well, you have to first let them suffer, which is not suffering, it's actually
experience
the consequences. Because it's the opposite of suffering if you actually, because it helps you.
It's a realization process.
So that's one. And also, I'm hopeful that every time, because the things you and Phidias and your team is doing is quite innovative, and people. And one reason people are scared of innovation is because they don't. To be an innovator, you have to have skin in the game. So if something fails, people will point their fingers at you. But tough shit. And I think
they will gossip.
Yeah. And every time one of these ideas succeeds, like I personally think, and I think a lot of people would agree, that the internal voting that happened last week, I think it was a success.
Yeah.
The whole thing, the amount of people that voted.
That people are decent. They what they really believe that is good, and not to do whatever else.
And I think every time there's going to be a success in these, and I'm sure not all of them are. Every time, all of these projects, some of them are not going to be. But I think that eventually people from the rest of the world / country, I think we'll hopefully start picking these things up, which contributes to more direct democracy. And hopefully it's like the ship of Theseus. Eventually, maybe the ship just has just new parts. All of the old parts went away. Hopefully, anyway. I think this is a good time to wrap it up. Because I need to go to the airport.
Wow. I have to go to politics.
Sounds
actual politics. I have to go around the village and persuade people to register.
That's really good.
And pick up my daughter from.
Very good. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Sorry, guys, for derailing the
conversation
so much.
Thank you so much for the conversation.
Oh, thank you too. I really needed this.
I really enjoyed this.
I also really needed to think about things that they are not politics.
3-4 times a year I come to Cyprus. When I come, I'll be sending you a message.
Okay.
We'll have a conversation. Thank you so much, brother.
Okay, thanks, man.
Guys, all the best.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.